dual rescue carriers on it. I want a few people living in double rescue. When he goes Good morning. I want to welcome you to the Meadows Sewer District Board meeting. Thank each one of you for being here. After this meeting concludes, then we're going to go into the Halifax County Board of Commissioners meeting. Thank each one of you for being here. This meeting will officially come to order at this time. I trust that my colleagues have had an opportunity to review the agenda. I will so entertain a motion for the adoption. Motion by Ms. Brewer, second by Mr. Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor sign aye. All opposed? Next item is the conflict of interest statement. In accordance with the Halifax County Board of Commissioners Rules of Procedure and the North Carolina General Statute Section 153A-44, it is due to every member present to vote on all matters coming before the board unless there is a conflict of interest as determined by the board by law. Does any board member have a conflict of interest with respect to matters coming before the board today? Ms. Johnson.
No conflict.
No conflict.
No conflict?
No conflict.
Madam Clerk, let the record so reflect that the 6 members present do not have any conflict with matters coming before us today. Agenda items. Item A, resolution regarding organization of Meadows Sewer District. Attorney Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to let you know there is a resolution that, sorry about that, Madam Clerk, that's in your agenda packet, and if you could refer to that, it would be helpful. As you all know, the county has been selected to participate in a Closing America's Wastewater Gap Pilot Initiative, which is a partnership arrangement between the EPA and the USDA to help with technical assistance for wastewater needs in the Meadows Sewer District, Hollister area of Halifax and Warren County. That is moving along, and Ms. Perry is going to talk to you more about that in a few minutes. But it's our intention to use the Meadows Sewer District, which was formulated back in 2004, as the principal vehicle for moving along with this project. And to do that, it's been quite some time since you formed that sewer district, and the Board of Commissioners is the governing body of the Meadows Sewer District. What we're going to ask you to do today to start things off is to adopt the proposed resolution, which will actually appoint the county manager as the CEO of the district and the finance director as the CFO, and the Public Utilities Director, Mr. Williams, who's in the back of the room, to be sure I don't mess this up for him, as the COO of the district as we go forward. There'll be other things we'll want you to do, but for now, if you can make those appointments and then give that staff, those officers, the authority to take whatever other actions are necessary from time to time in furtherance of this project, and certainly be reporting back to you as the district board from time to time. I don't know if you have any questions about that. It's been quite some time since we met as a board for the district, and we're beginning to jumpstart things and start again.
Do we need to go ahead and do that prior to her making the update?
It would be, I would appreciate that if you would.
Okay, all right. You've heard the information coming from our attorney. What is your pleasure?
Move for the adoption of that resolution.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. Johnson. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, now we'll hear from our illustrious Deputy County Manager. Morning.
I have to say good morning to the Meadow Sewer District Board. Gotta make sure I get that right. So I just want to provide a brief update of where we are with the Closing America's Wastewater Gap pilot project. So summer of 2022, Halifax County was approached by the EPA and the USDA with an opportunity to voluntarily participate in a pilot program which would support administration of the bipartisan infrastructure law by providing technical assistance resources aimed at closing the wastewater access gap in rural America and for participating tribal nations. The county fully supported and agreed to designate appropriate staff to actively participate and work with the pilot program. The pilot program would primarily be focused in the Hollister-Essex area of Halifax County. The purpose of the assessment is to facilitate a technical assistance provider in conducting a rapid community wastewater assessment of the decentralized wastewater infrastructure needs in the Hollister and Essex area of Halifax County. The outcome of using the assessment will be the development of a community wastewater assessment report that can inform the creation of a community solutions plan. The Community Solutions Plan will identify potential wastewater infrastructure options, potential federal and state or tribal funding sources, and will provide a technical assistance work plan to guide the community towards the next steps. So just a brief timeline of events or future milestones. So October 24th of 2022, we have the kickoff meeting at the Haliwassaponi Tribe. And so, of course, since October of 2022, we've had monthly meetings with all participating agencies to include Halifax County, EPA, USDA. April of 2023, so let's fast forward from October to April of 2023, SERCAP provided community education at the powwow in Hollister. The SERCAP is one of the agencies providing assistance with the project. July of 2023, we had a community listening session in the Hollister community. Several commissioners attended as well as staff members attended for the listening session. We were able to listen to the community concerns and gather feedback to assist with the project moving forward. So still July 2023, Halifax County began the search grant application process and officially began the RFQ process for special evaluation assistance to Halifax. The search grant purpose is to determine or evaluate in more detail alternatives, their comparative costs, and to present the most feasible alternative for the proposed project. The search grant is, of course, is a $0 match grant and will fund an engineer to review the previous preliminary engineering reports from 2009 and 2015. The selected engineer will review those reports and update any information that is outdated. So August 10th of 2023, which is this week, is the deadline for Halifax County to receive RFQs. Staff will form a committee to review any RFQs and proceed with selecting an engineer for the search grant. And the deadline for the search grant is September 30th of 2023. The deadline for that grant is September 2023 so that we're able to get the funding in USDA's current fiscal year. So that's where we are with the project right now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Forgive me, board, but I misspoke earlier, thinking about another project, totally unrelated. Obviously, the sewer district is in Halifax County only. It does not include Warren County. That's not to say in the future it might not, but that would require quite a number of other things to happen. So it is just Halifax County. Pardon me for misspeaking, but I want to clarify that. Renee, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate that observation, Attorney Rollins. Also, this is a tremendous opportunity for Hollister and Halifax County.
Absolutely.
Anyone want any questions or comments from any of my colleagues? If not, I guess we probably can do this, Ms.
I
Johnson.
have one question
Uh-huh.
for Ms. Bear. Did you say in your presentation that the board had the responsibility of selecting an engineer?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is our responsibility.
So we'll form a committee. I'm sorry. Staff will form a committee to choose an engineer. Yes, staff.
And to clarify, Ms. Johnson, I don't mean to make heads twist back and forth, but to clarify, at this stage, Halifax County has actually put out the RFQ for the engineering services, so it will be the county making that selection initially. The board itself, the district board, is not far along yet enough with its budget and organization, so on the front end of this, the county has actually made that RFQ, and that will be an internal process for the county. But as things move along, this will switch over to the district responsibility.
Will that come back before this board, Meadows Sewer District Board? Just asking.
The selection of the engineer at this stage would not.
All right. Okay. 100% grant, no match
Right, no
required. That
match.
is great news. Okay. All right, anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Okay.
The grant money will be used just to sort of basically do the report.
To review the reports from Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions or comments, I would ask for a motion to accept the project update for the Closing America's Wastewater Assess Gap Pilot. Okay, motion by Ms. Brewer, second by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay. Next thing, we need to adjourn this one. Gonna get a motion for that. Motion made by Mr. Smith, second by Ms. Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, that particular meeting of the Meadows Sewer District Board meeting is here by adjourned. Now, hold your horses. At this time, I will officially call the Halifax County Board of Commissioners meeting to order at this time. Thank all of you all for being here. We have a good captive audience. We love to see this. Please do this every meeting. We just love to see our citizens at our meetings, and thank you for being here. The invocation is going to be led by Commissioner Davis, and after we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance in unison. Those of you who wish to join us, please stand.
We're also thankful for the citizens who have entrusted us with the covering of the county of Halifax. We also ask you during this meeting to guide us as leaders to make decisions that will best impact Halifax County and its citizens. With all these things we ask in your name.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I trust that the commissioners have had an opportunity to review the agenda. I will so entertain a motion for the adoption, if that's your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, I so move for adoption of the agenda.
Motion made by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Next item is the conflict of interest statement. In accordance with the Halifax County Board of Commissioners Rules of Procedure and the North Carolina General Statute, Section 153A-44, it is the duty of every member present to vote on all matters coming before the board unless there is a conflict of interest as determined by the board or by law. Does any board member have a known conflict of interest with respect to matters coming before the board today? Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Chairman, no conflict, no perceived conflict, since we did the reading of the
Thank you. No conflict.
No conflict.
Madam Clerk, let the record so reflect that we do not have any conflict of interest with any matters coming before us today. Yeah, we had a good visit with former Vice Chairman Manning. Okay, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Item A deals with the approval of the minutes. Item B deals with budget amendments. Item C, carry forward budget amendments. Item D, budget amendments to prevent deficit spending. Item E, property tax collection refunds and releases, July 2023. Any questions or comments in regards to the consent agenda? If not, I'll need a motion to approve that.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion made by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second? second by Commissioner Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, next item, I'm getting there, y'all. Now I know why I used to take my daddy so long to do stuff. Okay, next item is the public comment period, which is in compliance with North Carolina General Statute, Section 153A-52.1. We have several that's going to come before us to speak today, and I would ask that you govern yourselves accordingly. Opening statement, public comment period. As required by General Statute 153A-52.1, the Halifax County Board of Commissioners provide a public comment period once a month as an item of business on its regular meeting agenda. Now, it is the scheduled time for the public comment period. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and begin speaking. You will have 3 minutes. And I underscore 3 minutes, and I'm going to have the county manager keeping up with that, to address the board. If you have documents that you want to present, please give them out before you start speaking, because she's going to start the timer once you start talking. I will not go over the rules of the public comment period because they were posted by the door of this room. By signing up to speak, you have acknowledged that you are familiar with the rules and that you will abide by them. We will do our best to hear from everyone who has signed up to speak, but if we're unable to accommodate everyone in the time allotted, you'll be invited to speak during our next public comment period, at which time you'll be given priority without having to sign up. The Halifax County Board of Commissioners appreciate your interest in Halifax County government, and we look forward to hearing from you. At this time, I'm going to invite the first speaker to the podium. And please, everyone, I advise you to follow my directions. And if I mispronounce your name, please excuse me, but you're going to need to give your name again and your address and kind of follow what I said. Mr. Daniel Boham, please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Daniel Boham. My wife and I reside at 787 Heather Glen Road in Littleton. We've owned our home and property for 10 years. I've lived here on Lake Gaston back in the 80s and 90s. I was a journeyman machinist for W.R. Grace Air Molding for Champion International. I was the owner and president and CEO of a company in Florida for 10 years. I retired and we moved back to the lake and come back home. I'm currently on the GLDP committee in Littleton. I'm president of the Heather Glen Homeowners Association, and I'm head of maintenance at my local church. All of which are voluntary jobs that I take a lot of pride in. Lake Gaston has been the most vital, reliable, and dependable resource for Halifax County for 6 decades. This lake and its property owners, their families, countless businesses, employees have continued for decades to provide the largest tax base and revenue stream in the county. The commitment and responsibility to maintain the lake, its water quality, local businesses, its surrounding property, and all its valuable resources must not stop. It is imperative that every county commissioner and county representative revisit their oath and their obligations to every county taxpayer and to its most important resource, Lake Gaston. 3 of your 5 goals that are outlined on your website are: 1, to seek countywide economic growth and provide jobs and increase tax base. Number 2 is to initiate and support efforts to protect the environment and well-being for the county citizens. And 3, a very effective use of county revenue for all its citizens. These are quotes from your website. I urge each one of you to please reconsider financially supporting the fight of this weed infestation that Lake Gaston has. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate you recognizing me. It's really nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boham. Appreciate you. Jervis H. Peavy? Peavy. Peavy, I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Peavy, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for the time to listen to us and to hear the thoughts. I'm Jerris Peavy. I live on 214 Hummingbird Lane, and I have a lakefront property my wife and myself live in. Start off, I'm requesting that you 100% fund the Lake Council, Weed Council, for a number of reasons. One is, I've lived here before we had the weed control, and I had flotillas of limbia on the lake wash up on shore, and I had the pleasure of smelling the putrefying decay of limbia, which is like putrefying pig snot. Really destroyed any home environment that I had. Secondly, as Scooter said, Lake Gaston is a major source of economic driver for Halifax County. Two forms. One obviously is the people come who visit, spend their money and their resources here. As one of my friends is in the local retail business says, he says that's a golden 4 months of the year for him. Second half of the argument is, if the lake decays, people aren't going to come here anymore. They're going to buy less housing or not build any more housing. And as the tax base goes up, we, the county, have more money to spend and more taxes. If you ignore that, it's going to continue to go downhill. The other half of it is 80% of the people on the lake are part-timers, are not full-time year-round. We get taxes for 12 months out of the year, but we only have to put in 4 months actually of service. So it's a pretty good payback. And then the third part about it is, I guess to quote Barack Obama, not quote, paraphrase, actions have consequences. I feel strongly about this. If you all individually do not vote for this, I will make sure I vote against you in the next election, and I'll support the people who are running against you. My right, my privilege, and you need to understand the consequences of your actions. And to follow up on what Scooter said, thank you for your time. We're not all graced to be good public speakers in front of you all, and we stumble, but we're here out of the goodness of our heart, of trying to ensure that Halifax County continues to be a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. At this time, I do want to recognize our Halifax County Sheriff, Tyree Davis. Raise your hand. And also Neil Aycock, his chief deputy, is with him as well. Mark Matthews with the Lake Gaston paper. Mark and I did a lot of work together when he was working over this way, and thank you for being here this morning, Mark.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. We're going to hear from Ms. Lynn Little.
Got you.
Mr. Lynn Little, I'm sorry.
Yes. Good morning. Glad to be here, glad to address you. I want to thank you for the jobs y'all do. I know it's tough sometimes, okay? My name is Lynn Little. I live at 192 Hummingbird Lane, Littleton. I'm here to show support for the county commissioners to continue their previous agreed funding for the Lake Gaston Weed Council. I'm a resident of Lake Gaston. I see the impact that the lake has on the economy of Halifax County. Also, I've seen the improvement of the lake quality since the Weed Council was formed, including eradication of most of the hydrilla and limbia. I know most of my neighbors will agree. As I think you probably know, Halifax County received over $450,000 worth of treatment last year, but only donated one half of the promised amount of $116,000. I don't think the surrounding counties would understand the protection Halifax County is receiving while paying the least amount. Also, reading from some of the state guidelines that I found on the computer, I don't know how relevant they are, but they were to me. It said state guidelines that state various government organizations should encourage volunteer groups to adopt streams and water bodies to work toward good management and protection. Also, it states that various government organizations and volunteer groups work together to promote that protection. So I'm asking the commissioners to do the right thing here for the county and continue funding the Lake Gaston Weed Council at the promised amount, which some say earlier that this was a gentleman's agreement, but in my opinion, it was still an agreement. So I want to thank you for your time, and we'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Little, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one we have is Mr. Russell Rayner. Good morning, sir, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to address. I walked in the door, didn't even realize I was going to be addressing you folks, so thank you for that opportunity. So I really have nothing prepared other than the fact that my wife and I both moved to the area back in 2000, or bought a home in the area in 2018, moved here permanently a few years ago, and we have definitely noticed and appreciated the quality of the Lake Gaston water. And we are also members of the Lake Gaston Association, who is very involved in lake activity, lake cleanup, lake weed control, and all that stuff, and they've done an excellent job. And we're made aware of the cutting in funding, and like many of the people that addressed you before me, who waxed eloquent, I might say, in some of the stuff they presented, it's very important that we keep our property values up. The tax base is very important. And so if the property values go up, the tax base goes up. People love the area, and we need to do our part as Halifax County, like the other counties around us are doing. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. We thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Russell Rainier. My address is 96 Old Crow Circle, Littleton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer. Appreciate that. Okay, Aaron Hutchins. Thank you for being here, Ms. Hutchins.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank y'all for what you do. I know it sometimes is a thankless job, but we appreciate you. My name's Erin Hutchings. I live at 800 Jackson Street in Roanoke Rapids. Probably the only person in the room today that's not on the lake, but here to speak about the lake, because I, as a resident of Roanoke Rapids, realize the importance of what that lake brings to our community. The folks that come in from out of state that drive off of 95 and stop and shop at all of our local shops or grab quick dinner in Roanoke Rapids, Hollister, and other outlying communities is very important to the economic growth also here. The other folks who spoke before me know a lot more about the Weed Council and that than I do, but I just want you to know that the people of Roanoke Rapids are appreciative of the lake. We look at it as an oyster, and Lake Gaston is our pearl, and we'd like to see it kept that way. Also, the jail. I was very concerned looking on Facebook this weekend and seeing that we have a 27-year-old man who is broke through his tracking device and is at large in the community. I think it's time that we really start addressing those issues and look at bringing the jail back onto the agenda and quickly. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm the chairman for the Halifax County Republican Party.
Well, thank you for being here, and we appreciate you speaking and appreciate all that you do for the Republican Party.
Thank you,
for being
sir.
here. The next person is Mrs. Pat Crossetier. Hi, Pat.
I agree with every one of the people who have spoken. I didn't intend to speak today, but I do live on the lake, and I want to say that I appreciate them coming and speaking for me, and I also agree, with her in the jail. We need one badly.
All right. Pat Crossetier. Pat, tell us your address real quick. Pat, stand up and tell us your address.
I live at 271 Pinewood Court, Littleton.
Okay. All right. Judy Waters, Miss Waters.
Sorry, it's got my notes on it. My name is Judith Waters, actually. I go by Judy, so I should write it down. I live at 142 West Harbor Drive, Littleton. I came before you a couple of months ago, I think. Again, asking that you support the Lake Gas and Weed Council. They've been around since 1988 or 89. They've kept the lake very, very clean. I have been involved in some of the volunteer work to keep the lake clean. We have a group on the lake that volunteers. There are 60 to 70 volunteers every year that go out on a boat with equipment. They throw a rake, they pull it back, and they pick it up, and they record all the vegetation on that lake, on that rake, on a computer, and it goes up to the GPS cloud. That's how we get all of the information to know where the lake is having problems and where it's good also. Okay. That information is very, very important to the Weed Council. The Weed Council takes other areas of importance, and it's a long process. It's much larger than I thought for a very long time. I had no idea. So I'm just here to say, please support, fully fund the Weed Council, what they're asking, because it's a drop in the bucket. And I went to the Halifax Visitor Center, and they have a whole display of come to Lake Gaston. Come to Halifax County and spend your money at Lake Gaston, spend your money at the surrounding areas and the guides on the lake and the restaurants and the historic areas in Halifax. I mean, it's all there. But the big one is come to the lake. So I just want to keep it clean, okay? In Halifax County, I believe the last time you're not in deficit, as I recall. I truly believe that the lake is the draw, and it's not just the property taxes. And thank you very much, and I appreciate all y'all's time.
Ms. Waters,
Yes, sir.
you probably did give your address, but I just skipped. Give me your address one more time, please.
142 West Harbor Drive, Littleton, North Carolina.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your presentations this morning, and certainly we'll take, what you said under advisement. At this time, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is public hearings. And we're going to hear from our Economic Development Director, Ms. Scott. Good morning.
Good morning. You have on the agenda a public hearing for a proposed appropriation to the Economic Development seed account. And each year for the past several years, the county has maintained a seed account in the general fund for unexpected economic development purposes that are not related to administrative, for which you've already approved a budget, or to any specific economic development projects. So the general statutes, specifically General Statute 158, 7.1, A and C, require a public hearing for you to appropriate the expenditure of monies for economic development. And to give you the exact appropriation that we're looking for, there is currently a balance, which was in the seed account last year, of $23,087.07. And so we're holding this public hearing as required by the general statute, but I would like to offer some additional information related to this proposed appropriation. And the first being that no expenditure would be made from the seed account as an incentive or other recruitment benefit for any person, firm, or corporation. No expenditure would be made for any economic activity that is specified under GS 158-7-1B or D, which is spending money to support job creation, blah, blah, blah. And no expenditure would be made from the seed account without written permission of the county manager with the concurrence of the county attorney, and that no expenditure exceeding $5,000 would be made from the seat account without action of the Board of Commissioners. So just wanted to offer those items, and then that expenditure under $5,000 would not require a public hearing. So that's all of the information I have to offer for this public hearing. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer if I can.
Okay, if there are there any questions? If not, she's asking us to conduct a public hearing pursuant to General Statute 158-7-.1C regarding the proposed appropriation expenditure of public funds to and from the Economic Development seat account.
Right.
Just before we open it for the public hearing, I got to read an opening statement for the public hearing, and then I'll ask for a motion in a second. Public hearings are held for the purpose of receiving comments from the public regarding a specific subject. Those persons desiring to speak will give their name, their physical address, their phone number, and the name of the organization they are speaking for, if applicable. We request that each speaker limit their comments solely to the issue at hand and not direct comments towards specific individuals. In the interest of time, please do not repeat facts or issues covered by previous speakers. If you wish to comment, you should express your opinion on the subject matter and give the board an understanding of whether you favor or oppose the issue being discussed. The Halifax County Board of Commissioners values and appreciates the opportunity to listen to the citizens of Halifax County and respectfully request that the above guidelines be followed. Ms. Scott, you may step back for a second,
thank you.
please. And I'm going to ask my colleagues for a motion and a second to open this public hearing. Motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Smith. I'm getting a little action from the left side today. How about that? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, anyone who wishes to speak, please come forward regarding Ms. Scott's presentation about the Economic Development seat account, and just follow the directives I have given you.
Mr. Chairman, seeing as no one is coming forward, I move that we meeting be closed.
Okay. All right, motion made by Vice Chair Brewer, second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, Ms. Scott, I think you're back up.
Yes, sir.
I just want you to take a break off your feet.
Okay. This is public hearing number 2. This is a public hearing on proposed economic development incentives for Project River. We have an existing manufacturing company that is considering expansion of its operations here in Halifax County or at another location that the company owns in another state. The company will create a total of $3 million in taxable investment in the form of real property and machinery and equipment, and create 10 additional full-time jobs within the county. And as you know, we have currently an economic development incentive grant program for Halifax County, and also pursuant to General Statute 158-7.1, the county is authorized to appropriate and expend funds for economic development purposes. The county proposes to appropriate and expend funds in the amount of $78,576, and that's a total that would be paid over a 5-year period, so there would be annual installments totaling $78,576 over 5 years. And then the amount of each cash grant payment would be contingent on them meeting the level of taxable investment and the actual jobs created by the company on an annual basis. So they have milestones that they have to reach to be able to get those funds. And the staff and county management team, we've met and talked about this project, and we believe that the project will stimulate, diversify, and stabilize the local economy, promote business in Halifax County, increase the population and taxable property in Halifax County, and result in the creation of a substantial number of well-paying jobs. So this public hearing is required prior to any action that the board could take for this project. Thank you.
You've heard information coming from Ms. Scott regarding the the proposed appropriation expenditure economic development incentive grant in the amount of $78,576. What is your pleasure? Hold on for a second. Getting ahead of myself. Let me read this statement again, then I can open the public hearing. Public hearings are held for the purpose of receiving comments for the public regarding a specific subject. Those persons desiring to speak will give their name, their physical address, their phone number, and the name of the organization they are speaking for, if applicable. We request that each speaker limit their comments solely to the issue at hand and not direct, excuse me, comments toward specific individuals. In the interest of time, please do not repeat facts or issues covered by previous speakers. If you wish to comment, you should express your opinion on the subject matter and give the board an understanding of whether you favor or oppose the issue being discussed. The Halifax County Board of Commissioners values and appreciates the opportunity to listen to the citizens of Halifax County and respectfully request that the above guidelines be followed. Now,
I would like to ask Ms. Scott a question.
yes, ma'am, go ahead. Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry.
Ms. Scott, as I looked at this and we talked about this and the number of jobs that they're proposing, is there any way we can negotiate the timeline for those jobs?
Yes, in fact, if you approve the public hearing, if you approve the authorization of incentives, there'll be an economic development incentive grant agreement between the county and the company that will lay out on an annual basis over that 5-year period the amount of jobs that will be created each year, along with the taxable investment that's required for them to get their incentive grant. So absolutely, yes. And that is consistent with how we do all of our economic development incentive grant agreements, that there is jobs and investment required to get the incentive grant on an annual basis.
Because I saw in the initial document that there was a timeline for the
Right.
jobs.
Yes. And so that will be set forth in that agreement as well.
Okay.
And that'll come to you for approval so that you can see that will take place. Am I correct, Mr. County Attorney?
Yes, you are. Commissioner Johnson, that is actually in your agenda packet when you take action on the public hearing. And I can tell you now that in the first year of this agreement, 2 jobs have to be in place. And by year 2 through 5, the additional 8 jobs have to be in place. So there's a time plan.
That was my question. When I looked at that, and 2 jobs the first year and possibly 8 in year 2 through 5.
The way we have it set up now is to propose an additional 2 jobs per year during years 2 through 5. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but this is a company, as Kathy indicated, that's here now and has an opportunity to either expand its taxable investment base here or in another state.
So let me restate what I'm asking. After reading that and looking at that, once we decide that we really want to provide this opportunity, can we negotiate the job timeline? For example, the first year, could there be 5 jobs, 7 years, 5? Is it negotiable?
You'd have to address that, Kathy, because I don't have those conversations.
And let me just state that we do conservatively try to lay out the taxable investment in jobs so that we are assured that, sometimes companies will, I don't want to use the word exaggerate, but will overstate what their investment in jobs will be over a period of time. But so that we end up with a successful project, it's not necessarily, it's not as, if they're proposing 15 jobs, 10, to have them commit to 10, but get to 15 would be something that would be successful. And then the tax base is generally what the tax base is, and that company has to have that tax base in place. But as far as negotiating the jobs, I do believe this project, in answering your question, their job schedule will be faster than what we've laid out. And, we just generally lay it out so that over the period of time, and then if one year they don't create those jobs, They don't get the incentive grant. And then there's a look back as well, that
There is.
if they don't create the rest of the jobs, they have to pay us back. So those points I think that you're making are really relative to that, to make sure that we have recapture of funds that are paid if the jobs aren't created in the end, and we do. Okay.
Very
That
good
was a great question, thank you.
Yeah, it is a very good question, Ms. Johnson, and appreciate you taking the time to explain the way you did. And, you know, you've been on this board a long time, as you well know. You know, they don't do what they're supposed to do, we're not going to give it to them, you know that. But that was a great question. Thank you for that. Okay, okay, now we're going to, I need that motion to open up this public hearing, Commissioner. Motion made by Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those say aye. All opposed? Okay. All right, now, public hearing is now open, and I would ask that anyone who wishes to speak, please come to the podium and follow my instructions prior.
Again, Mr. Chair, seeing as no one's coming forward, I move that the public hearing be closed.
Okay, motion made by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that a hand?
That was Mr. Wade.
Okay, motion, second made by Commissioner Samuel Davis Wade. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Sorry about that. That's my second time I've done that. We got too many Davises on this board. Okay. At this time, we're going to move to item 4 on the agenda, which we got a very special guest here. Ms. Kim Mack, who is District Director for the Honorable Congressman Don Davis. We're here for you at this time. Thank you for being here. She's going to give us an update, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, which is the button, right? This one here.
You're done, cut it off.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's kind of a weird feeling standing before you all this morning, probably because this is where I grew up and this is where I live, and it's my first congressional update within the 19 counties. But it is a pleasure to be here this morning to give a congressional update to you. And as you know, Halifax County is one of the 19 counties that the congressman represents. We're continuously working for you, and just want to remind everyone that the work of the congressional office is bipartisan. But I wanted to share with you some of the services that we provide first. Oh, let me see. You go back to the beginning. Ooh. Okay. Congressional casework. Each congressional office has a designated casework team that acts as a liaison between the constituents of the district and federal agencies. And we're able to assist with whatever federal issues they may be facing. We are a neutral third party in the process, and caseworkers cannot advocate or change a particular outcome or decision. Some wait periods and responses can be as long as 60 to 90 days, but federal agencies are required to respond to our inquiries. Our office cannot get involved with any judicial matter. Some of the more popular issues where constituents have requested assistance is with the Department of the State regarding passports, the IRS, familiar with IRS refunds, as well as the Department of Veteran Affairs. Halifax County averages about 5 cases per month from residents in Halifax County. District-wide, we have had 459 cases closed. And so I'm asking all of you today, and we're continuing to do outreach here in the community, is to please let people know of our services if any of them are coming to you with a need in regards to a congressional agency or a federal agency. We're here to help. Some of the success stories include recovering over $34,000 in VA funding for a surviving son of a veteran and having a passport delivered in less than 2 weeks. The passport arrived the day the constituent was headed out to Greece, and they sent us a postcard to say thank you. Constituent outreach. We have staff that is reaching out to the community. We meet with elected officials, civic groups, nonprofits, and other constituent groups. We strive to be of assistance and provide support. We want the constituents to know that we are here to assist them. Every other month, we're also providing mobile office hours in the counties, and this way we're able to meet the constituent where they're located. And some people just want to be able to meet and speak with a person face to face. We've met twice in Halifax County, once in Littleton and once in Scotland Neck. The participation in Littleton wasn't very high, but the participation in Scotland Neck was pretty good. We had about 7 people came through that was seeking some kind of assistance. And we'll continue to make rounds and move it around to different locations in Halifax County because Halifax County has a number of townships. Congressional educational opportunities for youth. Students who live or attend school in the 1st Congressional District are eligible to participate in the congressional educational opportunities the Congressional Office provides. The opportunities include the Congressional Art Competition, where first place winners' artwork is on display at the U.S. Capitol in the Rotunda, as well as the App Challenge, which is for middle and high school students, and Military Academy nominations. Military Academy nominations will be kicking off that process real soon. College students can also complete for internships with the district or DC office. And much of that information is provided on our websites as well as social media as well. We also are there to support families and groups and individuals doing their most important times of their lives or in times of condolences. We're here to provide letters, special certificates of congressional recognition, as well as congressional records. But again, we need to know from you all or for people who reach out to us. So usually somebody reaches out and they make the request and then we're able to provide the service. But last month we submitted over 100 condemnations and greetings in the congressional district. Flag requests, also we can provide those where if someone submits a request, we can have a flag flown over the U.S. Capitol and we'll submit with them when we return, give them the flag. We'll also have a certificate of authenticity to go with it. As well as we're available for federal grant assistance. So the office provides guidance and key resources to help eligible grant seekers find information on federal grants, loans, non-financial assistance on projects, as well as private funding. And then, of course, the constituent representation. Congressman Davis represents the constituents of the 1st Congressional District in the House of Representatives, and he's here to assist constituents in the above areas mentioned, but as well as with legislation. And even if you meet with one of our staff and not the congressman, the information is collected and we're sharing it with him as well as the other staff that's in the DC office. I'm doing something wrong with this. Okay. Here we have where Congressman Davis has specifically provided direct constituent outreach between town halls, telephone town halls. We had 8,200 people on a telephone town hall in June. Listening sessions. One of our first listening sessions was here in Halifax at the Halifax County Health Department right across the way where we were discussing Medicaid expansion. Roundtables, tours, and this picture here is a tour of us visiting rural hospitals, and this was on the maternity floor here at the hospital here in Roanoke Rapids. Newsletters, texts and calls, so you're able to get messages for us, as well as virtual seminars, and I'm sure that some people may remember us having a virtual seminar about congressional project funding earlier in the year, and we will continue to have more, as well as community service and outreach, which may be a request where you're asking us to attend something, or you're asking for him to deliver a message or a roundtable. We get a number of requests. Let me get this right. What's this? Okay. Legislative updates. And these are some legislative updates from Washington that we wanted to be able to share. Congressman Davis is the vice-ranking member of the House Agriculture Committee, vice-ranking member on the House Armed Services Subcommittee and Readiness. He's introduced 8 pieces of legislation, 6 of which are bipartisan, co-sponsored over 150 pieces of legislation, more than 100 are bipartisan, co-led 21 pieces of legislation, one of the most bipartisan freshmen in the House, 85% bipartisan record on co-sponsorships, Democratic co-chair of the Bipartisan Agriculture Labor Working Group, and member of the House Armed Services Quality of Life Panel. And then the next, before I go there, there are it's one bill that's actually in the House, is in the committee right now, and that's to recognize Sarah Keys Evans with a congressional medal. And then we also have another bill that is ready to be filed, but it's still not yet filed because we're seeking co-sponsorships, and that is for the federal recognition of the Halifax Indian tribe. But the language is ready, so we're ready to go. Now we're working on those co-sponsorships right now. Also want to share with you an update on appropriations and community project funding. Congress has set the stage for a chaotic September with the House and Senate on a collision course over appropriations and the risk of a partial government shutdown already being assessed. Out of the 12 annual appropriation bills that Congress has passed every year, the House has only passed one of the bills, the military construction and VA funding. Because of the 12 bills have not yet to pass, and members are in their districts until mid-September, there will not be enough time to get all government funding bills passed and negotiated before the end of the fiscal year on September the 30th. This will likely mean consideration of a continuing resolution, which means the continuation of current funding levels, not approving next year's appropriation bills which contain community project funding requests. With all that being said, the projects are in their respective committee report accompanying appropriations bills. Still, we cannot guarantee that these bills will pass this year because of the political will to decrease the overall funding levels. So I wanted to be sure to share that with you because there are 2 CPFs that relates to Halifax County. One is with the body scanners here at the jail, and the other one is with the Lincoln Heights multi-purpose community center construction. So I want to be able to share that with you all as well. Also want to talk about how things kind of go full circle. So when we're out here in the field doing work or meeting with people and constituents in the community, we will look for remarkable people doing remarkable things. Sometimes that comes from recommendations, and then sometimes we're just out and we find it. And so in this particular example, we found out about this gentleman here. His name is Joe, and he's a 102-year-old veteran. And we met with him. We were in Lewisburg, actually, and we were meeting with a food pantry, and we found out about Joe. And we met with Joe, and then following the meeting with Joe, Congressman Davis did a floor speech on Joe, and then we came back to the community in Lewisburg and presented him with the congressional record from his community. And it was, we've done this in a number of different places. I didn't have all the pictures ready, but we've been to the Center for Energy Education, so we've recognized the Radiant Rays. And then we have a few more that are also coming too as it relates to Halifax County. I also just want to share our social media tags. It's also a good way to be able to keep in contact with us and know what we're doing for being out into the field to the activities that are going on. And then this right here is how you can connect with, another way to connect with Congressman Davis is through our website, as well as this has the contact information for our DC as well as our Greenville office. And then the other question I wanted to ask the commissioners is how can we be of assistance and how can we help?
Okay, colleagues?
The body's council really nice.
We're working on that.
594 jail, that would be extra nice.
Okay.
And Sheriff Davis got his hand up back there. Yeah.
Okay.
In support of that.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Okay. And,
You get in a formal letter or just word of mouth?
right here, word of mouth, and we can follow up, later on, but we really want to know. Ma'am?
We can follow up with a formal letter?
Or you can tell me now. We just want to let you know we're here to help. We are familiar with the funding for the jail, as well as the body scanners, and, we're just keeping our fingers crossed that it goes through with appropriations getting approved. But I have had some discussions about funding of the jail, and we can continue to have those conversations, Dia. Okay. Well, do y'all have any other questions for me?
Any other questions of Ms. Mack? If you all don't, I do want to say this on behalf of the commissioners, Ms. Mack.
Yes.
Appreciate you and all that you do.
Oh, thank you.
You spend a lot of time in Halifax County because I'm with you. And, you do a great job. We appreciate you being visible. Also, let Congressman know that we appreciate all his hard work. And,
I will.
And when you said bipartisan, that's exactly that. Senator Tom Tillers works very well with us in helping us get things. And, we're so appreciative of that. But anyway, just let the Congressman know that we appreciate all his hard work from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir. No, ma'am.
Maybe more partnership with the community colleges to better our workforce for our youth coming out of high school. More focus on the trades that we are finding shortage of, like plumbers and welders. And some type of program to help that out.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, we'll look into it. All right, thank you so much.
All right.
Hopefully I didn't take up too much of your time.
No, you're good. Thank you, appreciate you.
Thank
We
you.
look forward to you coming back.
All right. See y'all soon.
All right. Now, we're going to move to item 5 on the agenda. And then, we're going to probably do a few more things, and then we'll end up taking a break in a little bit. Item 5 deals with the action of the public hearings. Proposed appropriation to the Economic Development Seed account. Ms. Scott, did you have anything you want to add to that?
I just want to point out that you have a resolution in your meeting documents authorizing this appropriation that sets out the points that we made in the public hearing. Just wanted to point that out to you. And if you could adopt that resolution today, if your action is to approve.
If our action is to approve, is that the only thing we need to do, is the resolution and the motion?
Yes.
Attorney Robbins?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Commissioners?
Under the resolution authorizing the economic development city account appropriation be approved.
Okay, motion made by Vice Chair Brewer, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Sammy Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, all right. Item B deals with the Economic Development Incentive Grant, Project River. Ms. Scott?
Okay, after the public hearing, my request to you is to adopt the resolution that authorizes the appropriation and expenditure of an economic development incentive grant to Project River in the amount of $78,576 to be paid over a 5-year period, and authorize you as the chairman to execute the incentive agreement in the same form as presented here.
Okay. Commissioners, if that's your pleasure, can I get a motion to that effect?
For the adoption of the resolution.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, you want to second it?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
fine.
I love his voice. I wish I had his voice, you know that. Motion made by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Ms. Scott, and all that you do for our county, too. Going to item 6, agenda items, and we'll do one or two of those, and then we'll take a break. We're going to hear from Perry G. Keeter, Gray Keeter. Come on up, Gray. I know you by Gray. North Carolina Department of Transportation, Two Creeks Subdivision Road additions. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are y'all?
All right.
Good, good. We're here to request to add the Two Creeks subdivision to the state maintained system.
Okay, and I think the information is in our packet.
Yes, sir.
Any questions or comments of Mr. Keeter? If not, need a motion for the approval of the road addition to the Two Creeks subdivision of State Road 1406, Oak Road, Church Road.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion made by Vice Chair Pruitt, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay. All right, we're going to hear from, we'll go to the Roanoke Rapids Graded School District Needs-Based Public Schools Capital Fund 2023 grant application, and we have the superintendent, Dr. Thompson, with us, and also Mr. Robert Clemens.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, good morning. I'm Julie Thompson, the superintendent of Roanoke Rapids Graded School District, and I'm happy to be with you today with Robbie Clements, our Director of Facilities and Operations, to present some more information about our needs-based public school grant application for a pre-kindergarten center and to ask for your approval to submit our application. The other way. There we go. Thanks, Steve. This is fancier than what I'm used to. I'm looking for the turn right button. As you know, we currently have pre-kindergarten services at Claire Hearn School. It is an 88-year-old facility that has exceeded its realistic life cycle by almost 20 years. So naturally, it's experiencing many age-related maintenance and repair concerns, as well as safety concerns. It can only support 165 students, which is about half of the potential student population of 4-year-olds in the district. This will be our second time applying. Last year we applied for a grant, but the state was not able to fund it and encouraged us to apply again. Thank you for approving our request to work with the Smith Senate architecture firm on this new application, as it is much more robust thanks to the advanced planning that has occurred since May. Our plans for a pre-kindergarten center include a facility large enough to serve all 4-year-olds in the district in a building that is safe, inviting, and meets all students' needs. The new building can accommodate 285 students, meet the requirements for a 5-star facility, share Manning Elementary's kitchen, bus loop, and traffic queue to reduce costs, and have one secure, controlled access entrance, as well as a contained outdoor playground in a courtyard of the building. The architects have presented 4 renderings for your review. This is the entry view that shows the building will have one secured entrance. This is the aerial view that shows both Manning Elementary on the left and the track on the right. The pre-kindergarten center is located in the middle. You can see the contained playground space in the inner courtyard of the pre-K center. As this view shows, we will need to expand the current track parking lot to provide the required amount of parking spaces. The current traffic queue and bus loop at Manning will not need modifications, but we will change our start and end times for pre-kindergarten services to accommodate all parents and families picking up and dropping off their children in a timely manner. This view shows the side of the pre-K center with the expanded parking lot. This floor plan shows classrooms in blue. We are planning for 17 classrooms to accommodate general pre-kindergarten students who are served through NC Pre-K, Title I, Head Start, local funding, etc. We are planning for 3 self-contained exceptional children's classrooms. The spots in orange are our administrative area. The large yellow spot that's attached to the orange one is the multi-purpose room that will serve as the cafeteria for students to eat in, a rainy day play area, and our place to play before and after school childcare location. Lastly, the other 2 yellow spots are areas for our related service providers, including our speech therapists, physical therapists, and occupational therapists when they provide services to our students. This pre-K center will be 42,000 square feet. Our cost projection for this project is $19,522,908, which is $397.43 per square feet. This cost includes inflation and escalation over 3 years. The grant has a 5% match for the county, which is $976,146. When we worked with county staff earlier in the summer, we plan to have the actual grant application filled out and ready for you today. But as you know, the delay in the state budget has delayed the grant opening, and so the actual application is not available for us today. So what you were sent earlier is our expanded grant narrative, as well as the information for the grant that's put in on last year's form. So today we ask for your approval to submit the application on the updated form once the grant opens. Thank you very much for consideration of our application, and we'll be glad to answer any questions that you have at this point.
Okay, commissioners, you've heard the information coming from Dr. Thompson. Any questions or comments? The only comment I'm going to make, Dr. Thompson, is, and your district already understands this because you kind of under this rule already with Manning School. You know, the other 2 districts, we're going to be talking with them about this as well. You know, if yours should get approved, you're going to have some skin in the game. And you know, certainly I think if my colleagues submit it, and if it gets approved by the state, you know, that's when the skin's going to, you know, have to be in the game. And you know what I mean by that. Because you're already doing it at Manning School. And if the other 2 school districts get approved, they're going to have to do the same thing. So, all right, that's my only comment. Commissioners?
I move that we approve the request from the Halifax School District to go ahead and pursue this grant in the day opens.
Okay, all right. All right.
Can we clarify what that means about the 5% match? Because I'm not clear on what we're being asked to do. To move forward with the application, or to also appropriate the money for the match, or what? I'm just not clear, and I want the board to be clear on what they're being asked to do.
In order for us to submit the application, there's a question that asks, will you pay the local match? So we would be asking for, yes, approval to be able to submit the application with that line in it, that if we were to be approved for this amount, would require that county match.
So I guess you're asking for both?
Yes, sir.
The submission of the application, as well as if it's approved, then you're asking for the 5% match from the county?
Yes, sir.
I will amend my motion to include the 5% match as we have done for the other 2 school systems for the
Okay.
same process.
All right, all right. Motion by Commissioner Brewer, is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Webb. In the further discussion, I want to clarify something too. I want to know, this is, you know, I don't know what's going to happen with Wellland Presentation and Halifax County Schools, but I do want to know this. This is not in competition with them. You know, I want that to be real clear. They're going to be talking about something very different. So I just want to put that out there, just in case you think that one is competing against the other. No competition. What you all are doing is completely different. Okay, with that being said, anything else? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, you have it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to hear from Welland City Schools. New 6 through 12 schools project update, and we have 2 fine school board members here. We have the vice chair and Ms. Tiffany Hale, and we also have Ms. Harrison, Donna Harrison. Thank you for being here as well. Thank you all. And, okay, Mr. Futrell?
Yes.
On you.
Commissioner Board Chair, Mr. Bryant, County Commissioners, County Manager, Ms. Denton, and County staff. Bring you greetings this morning from Weldon City Schools. On behalf of our Acting Superintendent, also here, Dr. Wendy Carpenter, and as our board members who are also present, as you've already recognized this morning. I am James Futrell, Executive Director of Operations and Student Services for Weldon City Schools. We would like to provide you with an update on our current Weldon 612 New School project that Weldon City Schools is in partnership with Halifax County to build for our students, families, and community. This project is the result of receiving a $50 million needs-based public school capital fund grant during the last grant cycle in September of 2022, which was allowed through the gracious support in partnering with the county to submit an application for the grant, as well as to receive the 5% commitment which was required as part of the application for the grant. That we are truly thankful for as a district and a community. Through a RFP process, we received proposals from several qualified architects to lead us through the design and construction of our new school. However, ultimately, our Weldon City Schools Board of Education did approve Ratio as our architect for this particular project.
Point at the projector. Page down. The one under it.
There we go. All right. So, having our architect now also here, Mr. Hal Bowen, has helped to lead us through engaging the community in what our new 612 school will look like. And it started with some engaging with stakeholders, our staff, our community, our students, our families, to be a part of the discussion of what anticipated outcomes we wanted to see as a result of having a new 612 school. And here you see a purpose, place, and people, just some combined themes around purpose. We know that building a new school is going to allow our students to engage in more authentic, relevant work, to be skilled employees and employers in our community, which is through hands-on learning, interactive technology. Growing our CTE and trades programs is going to be a huge benefit for our students and the community. Through place, just being to serve as a beacon for the community through attracting new students with the, quality branding, while also keeping in touch with some of the tradition of Weldon City Schools and rich heritage that exists, while also having an opportunity to upgrade our athletic facilities. And then in terms of people, we want to make sure that we provide a safe, inclusive, and healthy environment where students feel safe, empowered, and valued, and hopeful. Really having an opportunity to focus on developing the wellness and attending to the social and emotional needs of our students. We realize how important that has become with all the things that students and families are faced with daily. So those are the guiding principles that we're using, working with the architect to design our new Weldon 612 school. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Bowen, who will go into a little details about how we're using these three principles in the design work.
Thank you, James. Let's see if I can do this right this time. There we go. Okay, so this is the proposed site plan for the new Weldon Middle School High School. It's located at the same site as the existing high school at 415 County Road in Weldon. The existing high school will be demolished to make room for the new high school. The existing gym, shown in white there, will actually remain in order to help so that the school will have two gyms to support the athletic and PE needs of both a middle school and a high school. This existing site, though, is only 25 acres, and that's about half the size that we typically see for high school because of all the parking and ball field requirements. And so if you notice, in the far right, the baseball and softball fields actually overlap the property line. And so one of the things that the school system is going to be asking for is the purchase of some additional acreage that will allow us to accommodate all of the ball fields required for high school and to orient them properly, give them proper solar orientation, because the existing school doesn't have all the fields required and they're not oriented properly. The new site plan will also allow for the classroom wings to be oriented for proper north-south solar daylighting, and it provides for separate bus and parent drop-offs for improved vehicular and pedestrian safety. This is our floor plan. It's a one-story building, approximately 105,000 square feet. You'll see that the middle school and high school each have separate classroom wings to keep the younger students separated from the older. They also have separate secure entrances and separate administrative suites. Those are the areas shown in green at the front, and then, well, I don't know if I have a laser on this or anything. Maybe I do. Yeah, I do. Look, so there's the middle school entry, and there's the high school entry. The schools will share all of the athletic facilities shown down here in gold. They'll also share the dining commons and media center, and they'll share the black box theater, which will also support the music and band programs for both schools. Oops, wrong way. These preliminary interior renderings show that central dining commons in the three views on the left, and then they show some of the collaborative breakout areas for the classroom wings. And as you can see, we're trying to use as much of the blue and gold charger school colors as we can in the new design. This is our schedule, and I know you can't read it, so I'll tell you what it says. It says that we started programming and visioning back in January. We're currently in the design development phase, which is about halfway through design. We are planning to bid the project next summer, so the summer of 2024, with hopes of construction starting in August of 2024, and then a substantial completion in May of 2026, so that the school can move in and they can open the new Weldon Middle High School for the fall semester of 2026. And I failed to mention that the school will accommodate 400 students in grades 6 through 12. And then last but not least, this is the crux of why we're here, the budget. So we had a $50 million needs-based grant with a 5% match, so a total budget of $52.5 million. Our most recent estimates currently show us approximately $3.7 million over budget. And the state has recognized that due to the spike in inflation over the last couple of years, that these needs-based grants have been inadequate for a lot of these projects, and so most of them are needing additional money. And so the legislature is currently working on legislation that will allow projects like the Weldon Middle High School to apply for an additional $10 million this fall. That's the purpose of our being here. We would like approval to apply for that when the applications come out, which should be probably this month. And that would require a 5% match, would be $500,000. Now, that additional $10 million, in addition to covering that $3.7 million budget shortfall, it will also allow us to change our, if we got the full amount, to change our bid delivery to a CM at risk bid delivery method. Since the legislation changed about 15 years ago to allow for CM at risk, we've seen that the best quality general contractors are doing that. It results in higher quality construction. It results in greater bid participation, greater minority business bid outreach. It also results for a much smoother move-in, warranty, and turnover process for the owner who doesn't have a heavy construction staff on board. In addition to that, the additional funding will allow us to make higher quality finish and furniture decisions during these remaining design phases. We're going to be making a lot of decisions, and if we know we've got that budget, we'll make decisions for better quality, longer lasting materials such as terrazzo floors, which over their life cycle, we all know, pay for themselves, but their upfront cost is more because they don't require the maintenance of cheaper flooring materials. It will also give us greater inflation protection going forward. And the final thing that it will do is currently that existing gym that's remaining, we're not doing anything to it. For budget purposes, we're not touching it. But if we had the additional full $10 million, then we can look at addressing some of the accessibility and code compliance upgrades it needs, and perhaps replacing the bleachers, which must be at least 40 or 50 years old. Well, 40 years old, I believe. And that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so I just make a Okay. Did you have something you want to add, Mr. Futrell?
Yeah, and so just hearing all that, just a formal request would be that once the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction opens the application window, that we continue our partnership to co-apply for the additional $10 million and also the commitment to have the 5% match with that $10 million as well.
So that's what your request is about?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Turn around.
Can I ask a question? I know your attorney's here, so I saw him walking.
Yeah, turn and ride along. There he is.
I'm hiding at the back. You might wonder if I'm asking the question, but I'm looking at the legislation that's in the current budget bill that provides for this additional funding for projects that are already rewarded. And it seems to indicate that there has to be documentation of cost increases based upon the original project scope outlined in the original grant agreement to support the additional request for funding. Are you comfortable, Hal, that you, and I don't know what that means, and until we ask DPI, we won't know what it means either, but in terms of, are we actually expanding this project, or are we trying to do things that make it easier, such as you referred to construction management risk, better quality materials, having more cushion on the contingency, and could you just speak to that a bit? Because I'm concerned that we just want $10 million to do more things, and I'm not sure that's what, I don't think that's what you mean.
It's not.
I'm not sure what the statute allows either.
So the only thing that possibly falls into that category is the last thing I mentioned, which are improvements to the existing gym, which really needed. But if we applied for 10 million and they gave us less, then that's the thing that would drop off. All the other things are trying to get the original scope. The 3.7 million shortfall is all on original scope. Changing to CM at risk bid delivery, we believe is something that a smaller school system like Weldon City needs, and Rod can speak to that as well, but we've just seen a lot of challenges with low bid general contractors, particularly on a project this size. So we would highly recommend that bid delivery, which has an increased upfront cost because they are involved. They'll come in toward the end of the design phase, provide some constructability review and some cost estimate. But what they do that costs a little more is they pre-qualify all the subcontractors. And so a subcontractor that wouldn't necessarily qualify and it might create problems for the schedule and all in the project and potentially go, they'll be weeded out as not being qualified instead of finding, on bid day, the general is taking the low bidder and he doesn't have time to pre-qualify all that. The other thing, the higher quality furniture and equipment, those are decisions that you make throughout design anyway, but as you come to those decisions, you can, this is the only time Weldon City will have the opportunity to do this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you either make a decision to put in a flooring material like terrazzo that's going to last 50 years and is going to pay for itself in terms of the maintenance costs over time, or you can only afford a less expensive material up front, and then you're going to pay for that in recurring maintenance costs. So they're just good common sense decisions that are within the original scope, with the exception of the existing gym improvements.
And Glenn, I think when we put this application together, we would describe it a little different than he presented it today. This is what we wanted to do, but because the school system heard from the commissioners pretty clearly that $52.5 million is all they had, Hal's been working hard to cut. So I don't think we're really expanding the project at all. We've just been trying to make some decisions to keep it within budget, and we would have done the best we could with the money we had. But I even think that there's a great argument that, I think the original, well, I won't say the original, there was some concern originally about maybe tearing down the gym until we decided that we needed the gym. So I think that's actually a great argument that is part of the project. The 612 school needs a second gym, and this is a cheaper way than building a new gym.
My question to Hal was to piggyback off what the chairman said earlier, that this grant fund is separate and apart from a new project such as we heard about a moment ago from Rowan. The idea here is to make that gap.
Correct.
Escalation costs and that sort of.
Well, and one of the program's criteria for approving these grants is that you're already in process and have received, so they want to help make sure projects get to completion. So I think it would be looked upon very favorably.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. What happens if we
what happens? What's Plan B?
We'll have to make some square footage cost reduction.
I mean, I
Yeah.
hope we get it, but if we
Yeah.
don't, what is Plan B?
So, so there are two Plan Bs. I mean, Plan B would be for Hal to do everything he can in working with staff and the board to get it within $52.5 million. If we can't, then Plan C would be to come back to you and beg you to help. I mean, honestly, I mean, that's Plan C. So that's why, yes, that's why if we can get the 10 million for the 5% match, it makes everybody's lives much easier, with the exception, obviously, of the $500,000 match. But as some of you know who have been dealing with me on this for the last 10 years, that we are here and having this kind of a conversation is just such a great thing to finally have this project this close. So we appreciate all your support.
No questions, comments from the commission?
I have one question. When is the actual deadline for the application?
We don't know yet because, as I think the prior presenters mentioned, they haven't posted it yet. We suspect that sometime this month, they'll finalize that and put them out, and that the deadline will be in September. That's usually when it is, but one year it did go beyond that deadline because of budget negotiations.
And my other question is, I don't know if you made it in the presentation, but the other gentleman, that you would probably come to us for additional acreage for your project. You need more land.
Correct.
Is that on today?
I'm certainly going to have a discussion with the commission.
Okay. Okay.
It probably wouldn't hurt, and I know we're pressed for time, but it probably wouldn't hurt just to mention why that's necessary, so we have some context.
Yeah, let's pop back to that, yeah, let me, I think I can get there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the existing site at 25 acres goes to this property line here. And the existing school doesn't have a multipurpose field. It doesn't have separate softball and baseball. It has one softball field that's being used for softball and baseball. The existing football field is oriented vertically, so it's incorrect solar orientation. So you're trying to catch a football looking into the western sun, or trying to throw one, same with baseball. And so that's why they're crammed into this little site. But by expanding, we're looking to rotate the football field so it has correct orientation, and to expand the site just enough that we can get all three of the fields that are required of a typical high school program. And so that amount of acreage is 7.5 acres, but recently in conversations with Ms. Denton and Mr. Rollins, there's some question of, well, do we want to only get that amount, or if we got a little more, we could also add additional parking, which parking is at a premium. We can only accommodate 200 parking spaces on the site. If we got a little more acreage up here, which might create a nicer shaped parcel for the existing landowner, it would allow us to add parking back here as well, which goes off the page, which would help when you have game events and all that, would really help. Although currently they park on the grass and probably through the neighborhood and everywhere else when a game is going on.
It's just, Jonathan, two things. One, we cannot purchase land with this need space.
Correct.
And two, I do intend to have a closed session discussion with you. You'll let me, toward the end of the day today, about what direction we might get from you about acquiring additional land, because if you want us to, how we might go about negotiating that. I've had some very preliminary discussions with the landowner's attorney, so they're aware of the need, but that's as far as that's concerned.
Okay, my mic is off, so I'm going to try to talk a bit louder. But anyway, I think they wanted to any other questions or discussions? And, you know, here again, I don't know exactly the direction my colleagues will go. I think I know, but I'm not sure. But if we go in the direction that I think we want to go, you know, you're going to have to ask for Kenny with this. So, you know, we keep that in mind. don't think we need details, I think we all know what's going to be answered. And so with that being said, Commissioners, what is your pleasure?
County partner with the other city school district. Submit applications for the need-based public school capital fund program, continuing on through the state budget, and also with the 5% match.
Okay, second that. All right, motion made by Commissioner Webb, second by Vice Chair Brewer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Y'all got what you need.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, with that being said, y'all, we're going to take a,
Can we do the other school first before we go again?
Halifax County School.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Morning, Dr. Cunningham.
See if I can get this right. All right.
I like your suit, Dr. Cunningham.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Remember, point it up there,
Point it up there, and I do this, and I advance.
page down.
Page down.
Got my read, all right. Today, first of all, I bring you greetings from Halifax County Schools Board of Education. And on behalf, they've given me permission to come to you to give you first an update and talk to you about next steps as we take a dream and we turn it into reality. As I present to you today, you said page down? All right. I would like to introduce the team that's with me. I have Blair Bordeaux, President, CEO of Bordeaux Construction. I have Ashley Dennis from Mosley Architect, and then I have John Witcher, President of Pre-Construction, Director of Pre-Construction. Well, he's been standing there with us hand by hand, as we roll this out. Real quick, I'm going to talk to you quickly about the project funding versus the project budget, escalation, what we know has inflation, why we selected the design build project, because and then I want to give you a quick update on the design project and what is required by the original grant funding, and then why I am here today. As I come to you today and talk to you about the overrides because of the design build project, I want you to also see that we have already taken necessary steps to curtail the cost. The original grant funding was at $41 million, and then when we slowly rolled it out, we got hit with a $52 million bond, which gave us a delta of $10,969,000. But I didn't run up here then. I said, we must do something different. But I first had to understand what inflation meant. And when we talk about escalation year over year, when you look at 2022, we were at an inflation rate of 17.9%, and those are just on your normal everyday projects. And when you look at school inflation, it was hovering right at 7.75. Since that time, we're starting to see the gap close. So the cost of the building is starting to come down in real time. So we hired Bordeaux Mosley as a design builder for the project. First quarter of 23, and we've been utilizing the design build delivery method, which allows us to have a single point contact on a proven team. It helps us to control costs. It provides information in real time that allows us to make real time decisions quickly, and the design build is a faster delivery method that allows for construction to start sooner than traditional delivery methods. Here's a quick look of the footprint of the new K-8 school. And I'm so proud of what we have already created. And as you can see, we're going to have an enclosed grounds that we're going to, that our kids can actually go in the middle of the school and play. Then you have the media center behind it. Now, this is the original design that came back at 52. And then you know that it will be a two-story building because we're landlocked. And that is what the second story will look like. So basically, you have the elementary school on the bottom, middle school at the top. Now, we applied for a K-8 school, which allowed us to receive the $40 million. If we had only applied for the pre-K-5 school, we would have only received the $30 million. Here's another shot of how it looks from the road, and you'll see how the buses are going to come back. You're going to see a single point of interest. You see we call ourselves the Lighthouse District, so you can see that little reference to a little tower there, and you can see how it's going to look from the highway when you come in. And you can see we're working on our existing land mass that I'm working on. So you can see the baseball field, the football field. That is the land that we're playing with. Here's another aerial shot of what it's going to look like, and you can start to see it realized. All right. Another design of what it's going to look like inside the building. And what was required by the original grant funding. The grant funding is for a middle school or a combination of an elementary school. You know that we plan on closing 2 buildings, Pittman as well as Hollister, and then we're adding a 6-8 component to it. We have a massive hole in the western side of the division where our students are driving over an hour to and from school every single day. That makes it very difficult for teaching and learning to take place. And the reduction of square footage would change the programming. I cannot eliminate the 6-8 portion. That will cut $10 million off the grant right then and there. So we have to stay true to the original design of K-8, pre-K-8. The design is, approximately 60% complete, and the current budget is $52 million. But I want you to see that several measures have already been incorporated to reduce the cost. From 52, we're now going south of 49, and it is continuing to go lower. We removed the retaining wall, storefront versus curtain wall, utility brick, and I have the team that can talk to you more about what we've done to curtail these costs. We reduced the gym size to a middle school gym. My original design was to have a high school gym there, but we reduced it to a middle school gym. We eliminated, as you heard from our colleagues, the need to have an auxiliary room because we did have a smaller playground gym for the elementary kids, but we cut that as well. And then we, build out the softball field in the front of the school and build out the baseball field in the front of the football field because during the listening sessions, we heard from our families on that side the need to purchase additional acreage for the fields. But as Attorney Rollins said, we cannot purchase additional money for land. So here are the next steps that I'm here in front of the board. I would like to request approval to apply for the additional grant funding. You already know that the Senate bill is forthcoming, and what I would like to do is move expeditiously with Dia and her team to complete the application and to apply as fast as we can for the $10 million. I am confident that we will need less than $10 million. We will be able to show justification in our application, Attorney Rollins, as to why our costs have exceeded the original amount. That $10 million that we will be applying for will take a 5% gap, 5% match from the county. And yes, Halifax County Schools understands that we must put some skin in the game, and we're willing to do so. And that concludes my presentation, sir.
Okay, all right. Any questions of Dr. Cunningham?
Yes, ma'am.
Will the additional $10 million, will the request, will that allow you to go back and put in the maybe could have taken out or a spot?
Yes, it will.
What will the $10 million?
All those things that I cut, I'll be able to put right back in. I'll be able to add that auxiliary gym for the youngins to go in there and play, and those things inside the building that we feel all students should have.
Okay, you finished, Commissioner Davis? Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you had the listening session in Hollister School.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a proposed timeline for when you would start, possibly when the school would be completed. Does that timeline still hold true, or is there another timeline?
We're pushing hard to satisfy that timeline now. If you drive by Eastman now, you're starting to see some work on the inside of the building taking place. We've already hired our asbestos abaters, who will then begin the asbestos abatement process when I take the contract to the board this afternoon. So we're going to be going in there. So I feel confident that if all things fall together like they are, we'll be able to stick to that timeline that we announced at the groundbreaking.
All right. Anything else? If not, Dr. Cunningham and the school district will need a motion, for those two purposes, to submit the application as well as for the county to do the match. And I only have to talk about the skin in the game because he's talking about that. Okay. With that being said, can I get a motion?
I move that the Halifax County Commissioners partner with the Halifax County School System to submit application to needs-based public school capital fund program intended with the 5% match.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Webb, second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very
Cunningham.
much.
Also, too, we're going to take a break, but I want the public to know this, too, that, we're doing all of this, and hopefully we're doing it without a tax increase. We're not looking at doing a tax increase. Just want to put that out there for the record. Do want to recognize Ms. Mosine Lowe. She's the Director for Center for Education. Thank you for being here. And with that being said, y'all, it's 11:16. Let's be back at 11:30.
Good to see you. Yes.
Good job. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started back. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you hanging around for those of you who are still here. We're going to hear from our illustrious sheriff, Sheriff Davis at this time. Annual report. Good morning again, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, Madam County Manager, Clerk, and all the commissioners and support staff. Good morning. Good morning. Now, if you can't hear me or my voice drops or whatever the case may be, just let me know, stop me, I'll speak up. I've been at work since 1 o'clock this morning, so when this is over, I will hopefully get some sleep time after that. But you guys have a working sheriff, so I'll come out and help my guys. And it's not for this meeting. We actually have some good stuff going on we can't announce right now, but y'all will read about it later. I'm going to move around. If somebody can't hear me, let me know, but I like to kind of face people that I talk to, so I'm going to just try to move a little bit. So, somebody asked me the other day, that we were talking about sheriff election, and I said, well, I have to do a presentation because my year is up, my first year. And they said, I thought it was 2 or 3 years already with all the stuff that we had done. And, to be honest with you, it feels like 2 or 3 years sometimes with all the stuff that we've done. But I wanted to come to you this morning and talk to you about some of the things that we've accomplished at the sheriff's office. And I say we because I am your elected sheriff, but my chief deputy is here. We have 106 staff members that make me look good on a daily basis. And I want to thank them. Do we make mistakes? Absolutely we make mistakes. Have we come a long way? We've come a long way, and we have a long way to go when it comes to law enforcement in our community. But I want to tell you some of the things. So when I first started, or before I started, because after the election I was contacted and told that it was going to be recommended that I start on July 11th, and the whole time I was preparing to start in December. And when I found out it was July 11th today, it was probably 5 weeks before July 11th. So when you're thinking you're going to start in 7 months and you realize you have 5 weeks to get those things in order, and plus I was full-time city manager in Enfield and had to fulfill my duties there. A lot of things happen real quickly. So I would come out at night, I would meet with the deputies that's working so they wouldn't have to stay, and we'd get together at midnight and we'd meet out. I met with each squad. I met with our narcotics guys, investigators, patrol guys, our civil unit, the command staff that we were having, and I let them know a couple of things from the beginning. One thing I let them know is we are not politicians. We will never be politicians. We are law enforcement officers, and law enforcement comes first. Law enforcement will always come first. We are not nonprofit agencies. We are a law enforcement agency. When people call a sheriff's office, when people call 911, they are not calling for a coach. They are calling because somebody is breaking into their property, the crime has happened against them, and they want you to figure out who done it or stop them from doing it again. So I spoke with our guys. I said, if that's what you want to be, if you want to be a law enforcement officer, feel free to stay. I'm coming in, I'm not asking anybody to stay. I'm not asking anybody to leave. But if you cannot realize that we are law enforcement officers first, you do need to leave. When I took over, everybody was staying. Everybody stayed. We moved some people in some positions, see what will work. Some things worked, some things didn't. But the guys were ready to hit the ground rolling. We went rocking and rolling. So I made sure to tell them we were going to be fair, firm, and consistent. Everybody is somebody's child. I don't care if you're the local wino, drug abuser, or if you're the mayor or the chairman of the board of commissioners. You're going to be respected by our officers. We're going to treat you fair, firm, and consistent, respectful the entire time that we deal with you, because we are professionals. The folks out here in the community, they don't always hold professional titles, but we do. And no matter what they say and do to us, we will remain professional. And if you can't do that, then we have to hold you accountable. Because we hold our citizens accountable, we're going to make sure we hold our officers accountable as well. And I wanted them to know that, because it's hard to tell a law enforcement officer that you're basically gonna police them. And that's what we do. We have to police our own to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to do. Week 1, when I was in there, I had to write somebody up for being late to a meeting. Week 1. But that set a precedent to let folks know that, hey, you cannot just lollygag and do whatever you want to do when you're putting other people's time in there. You need to make sure you respect them and their time and everything else. So we had a bunch of stuff, little things like that to help change the culture and the direction of the sheriff's office. We're community oriented, but like I said, we are law enforcement officers first. What we done to improve, I met, the school system is going now, but I met with the superintendents throughout the county because our county is unique with all the school systems that we have here. I met with them to let them know that, hey, some of you may be in a city limits, but you have the resources of the sheriff's office. We will be there. We want to communicate and help make your school as safe as possible. We met with our local, state, and federal agencies. Historically, the sheriff's office did not play well with others when it came to law enforcement. And I worked at the sheriff's office, so I was part of that. It did not play fair with others. But I met with the other local, state, and federal agencies and said, hey, if we don't work together, the criminals will win. They don't care about jurisdictional lines. They don't care about boundaries. All they care about is committing that criminal act and trying to get away with it. And if crime happens somewhere else and we're not communicating with these law enforcement agencies, you know, they're falling through the cracks and the criminals are getting away. We can't have that. We put out a clear message that if you come in our county to commit crimes, we will target you. We will identify you, target you, and go after you and take every legal recourse we can to get you out of this county. Whether that's putting you in state prison or federal prison, we will use every resource we can because you are not going to come into this county and mess up the quality of life for our citizens. So we want to put that message out there because while we're telling our deputies they have to work, we're telling the criminals, you're a fool if you think you're going to come to Halifax County and commit crime. So we want to plainly put that out there. We switched our jail check. Jail was mentioned earlier today. We discovered that even though we have all these inmates at no time, well, we checking to see if the correct people were in our jail. So what we started doing a jail check twice a day, lining everybody up like you see on TV with prison movies. Everybody comes out, we count them, make sure the count adds up with who says is supposed to be in our jail. We started doing that twice a day. And you would think that, hey, that's something you should do anyway. We were not doing it. We were not doing a jail check. So therefore, if somebody escaped, we wouldn't know anything about it until they had a court date or something of that nature where we had to call them specifically to come in there. We met with the Nash County Sheriff, Keith Stone, and the Northampton County Sheriff, Jack Smith. Our inmates, we send a lot of our inmates out to other counties for them to hold for us while they're waiting to be tried. We do that based on our space in our jail. They were charging us, each sheriff's office was charging us $75 per day per inmate to house our inmates. The going rate at the time and currently is $50 per day per inmate. So I reached out to those sheriffs and asked them to reduce their rates from $75 per day to $50 per day. And they were more than, I don't want to even lie and say more than happy. Nobody's more than happy $25 a day per inmate, especially when you're housing 15 and 20 inmates a day for us. But they worked with us and they moved their rates down to the $50 a day per inmate, just like the other jail facilities that were housing our inmates. So that saved us a tremendous amount of money when it comes to paying other jails to hold our inmates. Judge Branch, new Superior Court judge, she come to me and she wanted to see if we were partners, and I say we, Sheriff's Office, partnering with her about an adult drug court. So we're partnering with her and other judicial officials and attorneys, and it's just a whole team of people to bring an adult drug court here to Halifax County. Jail and prison is not the answer for everybody. We have good people that are addicted to drugs, and I don't care if it's heroin or cocaine or prescription pills. You know, you can have a good person that hurt their back, and next thing you know, they're addicted to pills, and they're doing stuff that they wouldn't normally do to get those pills. And outside of that drug addiction, they are great people. So we need to do what we can in Halifax County, not to just throw them in jail, but to actually get them help for their problem. Now, some people want help and some don't, so we're going to have to identify the ones that truly want help and that will truly want to go through this program and get the help. But we're taking steps to do that. And we have more training next week in Durham to try to help bring this to Halifax County, but that's the steps that we're taking to do. We hired a cold case investigator. His name is Rick Samaji. He was an investigator that I used to work with at Sheriff's Office back when I was in investigations back in 2006 to 11 or 5 to 11. He is very thorough. He's anal with the stuff that he's going through. He goes line by line. And I harassed him long enough until he came on board and accepted the position to be a cold case investigator. And it has already, he just started in January, and a couple of weeks ago, he actually solved a murder case from over 20 years ago. So it's working. We have many unsolved murders here dating about 40 years. We have many missing people here in this county, and his job is to focus on those cases. And he's, as you see, he's been doing a great job, and he's going to continue to push forward. That's one thing we need here in this county. Fingerprinting. It used to be you could just show up to the sheriff's office whenever you wanted and get a fingerprint. Well, that was working our guy up in the front office to death because people were coming 10, 15 a day, you know, Monday through Friday. So we had to change that to where you do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. And you have to go online, set an appointment, and pay your fees online because we're trying to go completely cashless. Last thing we want you to see is you giving law enforcement officers money. So we're trying to go cashless on that end. You can go online and pay for it, and people may say that's not a big thing, but that guy was coming to me when they were working him to death when it came to fingerprint. And then we switched it to we only fingerprint people from Halifax County because we had people from other counties that were coming here because their county done it on Wednesday, and we were doing it every day of the week, so they came on and added workload to us, and word got out so fast, we had people Durham, Orange County, stuff, driving all the way to Halifax County to get fingerprinted. And it just worked our guy a lot. We changed our jail uniforms. I say we need to be inclusive. Well, our jail, most of our guys wear what I have on. Then our court guys, they wear green Class A uniform. Our jail, they used to wear tan. Chief, what was it, tan at the top?
Brown.
And brown at the bottom, or vice versa. Well, now they wear the same thing I wear. Because historically, at every sheriff's office, the detention officers are seen less than the deputies. And every detention officer just about can go out here and be a deputy. But not every deputy can be a detention officer. It takes a special person to be a detention officer. So I wanted to let them know that, hey, you are respected. You're not going to look different from us. You are part of our team and you're part of our family. And we're going to make sure that you know it. So now they wear the same thing that we wear. Now that's a catch-22 because sometimes they're out and about and people come up to them asking them law enforcement questions, and then they have to tell them, hey, you know, I'm a detention officer, but here's the number to call. But that, making them look like us, you know, boosts their morale instantly, knowing that they were part of our family. Because it used to be, realistically, people walk past them and not even speak to them because they were detention officers. It was like, no, that has to change. We're going to respect everybody. Our Facebook page. We created a new Facebook page because we wanted to be as transparent as possible. People say, oh, we're transparent. No, we can't tell y'all everything. Because some stuff is law enforcement sensitive and you just can't know about it. But we try to be as transparent as possible, whether it's our employees, whether it's somebody else's employees, family members, community events. We try to put as much as we legally can on our Facebook page to keep the community informed. And we try to share other agencies' things to keep them informed. And we've got a lot of positive feedback when it comes to our Facebook page. Now, I will tell you, our Facebook page is not how you contact 911. It's not how you contact the sheriff's office. Most of the time, we do not even respond to your comments whatsoever. So do not use that as an avenue to get law enforcement service. If you need it, you can call 911 or either the non-emergency line for the dispatchers. But we wanted to put that out there, but people contact us a lot. Can you send a law over here, such and such, and then we will respond to them in a message, hey, you need to call this number so they can be dispatched. We've done a lot of changes. We've done a lot of promotions, we've done a lot of demotions, we've done a lot of reassigning, because we looked at people's qualifications to determine where they actually fit and where they could be good. We took the buddy system out of it, we took the good old boy system out of it, we took the race and gender system out of it, we took all of that out of it and said, if you qualify for this job and it becomes open, we're gonna put the best person in this position that we can possibly put to serve the citizens of Halifax County. It don't matter whether I like you, whether I didn't like you, whether, you know, whoever. If you were the best person for that job, we put you in that position because you were the best for our office and the best for the citizens of the county. And that's what we decided to do. We have a system to where we do promotions and demotions. Instead of me making all the decisions, I bring in all my command staff. There's 7 of us, from our captains to majors, chief deputies, and we sit down and we decide who's going to get what. So if Mr. Smith was one of our officers and he wanted to be a lieutenant, we would bring our command staff in and we would go over the pros and cons on whether we're going to bring Mr. Smith in as our lieutenant. And if he gets the 7 of us, if he gets 4 yeses that he's going to be the next lieutenant, he's going to be the next lieutenant. It doesn't matter if I vote no. If he gets the other 4 yeses, he's our next lieutenant. Because when it hits the fan, people are not only going to call me, but they're going to call my other command staff and say, I can't believe y'all did this. I can't believe you on video doing that. I can't believe it. So they should have some say-so on how this office is ran, because they're going to catch just as much heat from their peers as I'm going to catch from other people. So you get them buy-in and help make decisions. And so far, it has been working good. One time, we did have a meeting and there was our sheriff, I should decision. And I was like, no, if y'all want to come during the easy times, y'all have to stand here and help make the tough decisions too. You just can't do it during the easy times. So that has worked out for us in that process. So they, I meet and the chief meets constantly with the other chiefs from around the county. You know, the other municipalities, Grand Rapids, Littleton, Weldon, Scotland, Neck, and Enfield. We meet with them constantly and talk with them constantly about how we can serve them and help them succeed. I come from a small agency that needed the sheriff's office help to succeed. So we have to make sure that we continue to partner with them so they can succeed. And if they could use our resources and we can fight these criminals together, that's just more of a punch that we can take to them. They're not falling through the system and continuing to harass and cause problems with our citizens in this county. So that's good. It's different when you go to them. You know, a lot of them are used to coming to you as the sheriff, but when you go to them and say, what can we do? I mean, it builds that bond and that relationship. So, you know, we're doing more saturated patrols and we're being more active. I hope y'all have seen our deputies out there more, stopping more cars, doing more foot patrols in your community more, making more arrests, and it's paying off for us. I don't care what the statistics say, because statistically showing crime is being reduced here in Halifax County, but unless you feel safe, you are not safe. I don't care what the crime statistics say. If you don't feel safe, you are not safe. So we're out here in all of these communities, and we're riding through the city limits too. Right now, we're patrolling Enfield probably about 90% of the time, because they're supposed to have 10 police officers and they have 1. So when that officer is off for 16 hours of the day, we are there working them as well. When they go home on the weekend or Friday at 5, we patrol Enfield until they get back to work on Monday. With the same resources that the county gives us now. Now the county has, stepped up. Chairman Brian Deal and said, hey, if you need, more part-time or overtime money to help fill these gaps for guys, we can get it in there to help, subsidize it, but we cannot use all of our resources to patrol other municipalities when they have to step up and help themselves. Like I said with the drug addiction, if you're not willing to help yourself, it's a hard time for us to help you. So we're asking for these municipalities to step up and help themselves as well. But we're doing that with our manpower that we have. We're doing more checking stations. A checking station is when you ride down the road with You were like, you're one of the biggest. You're like one of the biggest. Check, you're riding down the road, you pop around the corner, you see a bunch of law enforcement officers out there. Sometimes we check for license, sometimes we check for registration, sometimes we check for seatbelts. The Governor's Highway Safety Program give you different points for different things you want to do during certain campaigns, and we'll get together and we'll check. And we found a lot of people that were wanted from them, a lot of people driving off license, just a lot of simple things that turn into big things from these checking stations. So we've done more checking stations to be visible in your area, to keep folks, following the law. We've done more foot patrols here in the county. We get out at a bunch of schools, we get out at a bunch of the stores now, and we, just to show them that you have law enforcement in the area. One thing I caught a lot of heat from is we done away with the long-term security checks. Now, let's say, for instance, Ms. Richardson Davis goes on vacation for a week. She can call the sheriff's office, give us her information, and let us know that she's going to be gone, that there's going to be a Ford F-150 in her yard, she's going to need a kitchen light on. And we will check her property while she's gone for that week. And that's any citizen we'll do it for. If you live in the city limits, you'll contact your local police department, but if you live in the county, it will be us. Well, I said if she's gone for the week. If you're gone for 2 weeks, then you need to contact ADT. You don't need to contact sheriff's office. Because this long, we had deputies that were literally driving from one house to the next, to the next, to the next, all day long during their shift, because people called up and said, I want you to check my property every day. And they went out there and checked that property every day, and it didn't matter if the person was home. The deputy would check the property, and the person come to the door, they wave at them and everything else. And they would say, hey, I want a deputy to come to my house every day at 2 o'clock and check my property. Well, that was one of the things that the deputies come to me and complained about when I first started, and I found out was happening, so we instantly stopped it, because we are not your personal security. Now, some people were mighty upset because they wanted their property checked. That's fine, get upset with them, that's politics. Us driving to your house every day, checking your property is politics. We're not playing politics. You go off for a week, we'll come and check. That's no problem. But we went from driving from house to house to house to actually get to do law enforcement work. So, another thing, funeral escorts. On the funeral, I pulled funeral escorts, and I would sit outside that funeral home or that church, sitting there, they'll tell you to be there at 2 o'clock, and they won't walk out of that church till 3:30. And you sat there the whole time waiting for them until they decided they wanted to come out. Well, we switched that to now we wait 30 minutes. Now, I tell you, we're here to protect the living. We're here to honor the dead. But protect the living is what we do. We're sitting outside of a funeral for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours. We're not protecting the living. So we let the funeral homes know that we will sit here for 30 minutes. At 30 minutes, our deputy is to check back on duty, and he is to go back and start patrolling. And if he makes it back to the funeral when they decide they want to come out, then he makes it back. But if he don't, then y'all get to have a funeral escort without a law enforcement officer escort. That caught a lot of heat. We're here to protect the living. That's what we're here for. So, and it kind of put them in place to where they start cutting that down to that 30-minute part. So it's freeing up a bunch of our time now. We done away with the food pantry at the sheriff's office. One church was highly upset with me because we done away with the food pantry, but I challenged that church. I said, look, why don't you start a food pantry? Because that's what y'all do. When you think of the sheriff's office, when you think of the police, you don't think, well, I'm going to get me some snacks or some noodles or some ravioli. I told them, I said, we'll sit out in front of Walmart and we'll partner with you. Let them put it in your basket, and then you take it back to your church, and then people will come there for a food pantry. They don't need to come to the sheriff's office for a food pantry. We had deputies driving all the way around this county to pick up 3 or 4 raviolis. We're driving 45 minutes to pick up some ravioli. I'd rather just go to the local store, buy the ravioli, drop it in there, and send the deputy to work. But that's stuff that they were doing. So we done away with it, but we donated all that food to churches and other food pantries so they can boost their stock and give it out to the community. So, because we wanted to focus on law enforcement activities. We updated the equipment for our narcotics guys and for our detectives. They had equipment that was outdated, where they could not properly, effectively, and efficiently do their jobs. So we got with the county to some of our drugs, asset forfeiture funds and everything else, and we were able to update their equipment, and those guys have been rocking and rolling now that they have more up-to-date equipment. Because the criminals, they're gonna have the best equipment. We have to try our best. We ain't gonna keep up with them, because drugs and gangs are a billion-dollar industry. We'll never keep up with them, because they have the money behind it. But we will try to stay as close as we possibly can to stay on their tails to get them out of here. So, the favors. We love our state courts, but everybody know when they get arrested and they go to state court, they're going to snap on the wrist and they're going to be back out home before we finish our paperwork. So over the last year, as of, we done state, even though I started July 11th, we started July 1. Last year when I was the sheriff, we've taken 5 people in federal custody to go to federal court. With federal court, they have mandatory minimums of 5 and 10 years and things of that nature. The previous years before then, I talked with all my college guys before the stats, the previous 2 years before then, they took 0 people into federal custody for federal court. So what we're doing is we are targeting the ones that's causing us the most headache and headache in this county. We're spending our funds to build great cases against them. And since now we have a partnership with the DEA, the FBI, and the ATF, they are adopting, and that's what they call it, they adopt our cases, and we pick these folks up and put them in federal custody. And so far, we've done 5. We have many more to come, and I can't wait till that paperwork is signed off on so we can pick them up. We're just waiting on the indictments to come down. We reactivated our heat team. Our heat team is what you call a SWAT team. We reactivated our SWAT team. We had a bunch of guys with some SWAT gear. They used to train together. They stopped training together. When the NARC guys needed to do a search warrant, the NARC guys were running in the house doing search warrants instead of the guys that we actually were paying and training and buying equipment for to do these search warrants. So we reactivated, we got them together, we sent them to training, we made them work as a unit, we made them train as a unit, and now every month they have training, and whenever we do search warrants, we call them out. They are to do a threat assessment on the target that we're doing. The supervisor over that unit, he says how many of the SWAT team guys, this heat team, or how many SWAT team guys we need to effectively do this in a safe manner, and then they run in and they execute the search warrant for them. And that's whether it's a person that's held up or whether it's a search warrant or, you know, we're looking for somebody and we think they're out of house, we send those guys in instead of just the regular deputies who are not trained for that kind of thing. The K-9 unit, we re-implemented training, mandatory training for the K-9 guys. You know, we don't want you to just ride around with that dog looking good. We need you to work with that dog. I live in the county. If something happens at my house, I'll call the sheriff's office to get me. I have 2 small kids. If one of my kids walk away from my house, I want that dog to be able to find him. I don't want that dog just to look nice and be able to take pictures. I want him to be able to find him. So we made sure that we made it mandatory for our K-9 guys to get monthly training. Now, they already had some monthly training, but when they work together and they come together as a unit and tell each other the strengths and weaknesses of them and their dog, and, you know, and be honest with it so they can train more and do better. So when these elderly folks or young kids do walk away from something, or somebody throws a gun or throws drugs and we need to find it, we know and we have confidence in those dogs that they can find them. So we make sure we re-implement that. And if I'm taking too long, y'all just let me know. But like I said, it's been a lockdown in a year. We changed our uniforms. I wear this, the BDUs, but the deputies used to wear with the brown chief. They wore brown. We went to them asking them what color they wanted to go to. We didn't do it because we just wanted to change uniforms. We done it because the uniforms they were in, it took over a year to get some of the shirts or some of the pants. And when you have a new deputy, you can't wait a year to outfit him with a uniform. So we found by the colors that they gave us, Chief found a company that can get it to us in weeks. So now we went to the green. We've gotten different feedback from the green. Some people love it, some people hate it, but we can get it, and we can get it in a good time to outfit our guys to where we're not waiting, you know. And we had to buy uniforms, so it didn't cost us anymore, but we could get them in. We had through the partnerships, we had a K-9 donated to us from Scotland Lake Police Department. And that was good because they waited before I got to 2 sheriff's office and called me up and said, hey, now that we know you're going over there, will you accept the dog, and we enjoy working with you. So they donated one of our dogs to the chief over there, Chief A, and I keep saying Chief Acock, he's our chief deputy. He was able to talk with the K-9 training program, and we were able to get 3 K-9s donated to us through grants. And so we were able to get that, so that was good. So a lot of the stuff we have and we were getting didn't cost any extra for the agency. We restructured our stuff in CID to put more investigators on the street. We restructured our stuff in narcotics. We added more investigators in narcotics. We moved the barrier in Southwood. If any of y'all are familiar with Southwood, we used to have in the projects, the 11th Street is what you call a strip. You could not get from the strip into the projects. You had to drive all the way Washington Avenue, go up there by Waste Management, drive around, get on 301, and then come up into the back of the project. Where literally the strip and the projects were side by side. But we would be on the strip patrol and they would go shooting in the projects and we couldn't get there because there was a highway barrier that was blocking the entrance. We talked with the projects and asked them to move the barrier so we can more better, effectively and efficiently patrol those areas without having to leave and go down 301 and come back. They did it. We met with the people in the projects and we met with the manager of the project. And they said that has helped tremendously to be able to reduce crime in that project area. And we're able to patrol it better. Of course, we have a public information officer now. A lot of people call me and say, Sheriff, what do you think? I'm not our public information officer. We pay a guy that we sent to school to stand up in front of a camera and tell the community what they need to know. And if we have a public, and most people say, well, that's the sheriff, you want to be the public information officer. No, we're organizing. I'm organizing stuff. I'm getting stuff done. I make sure the chief is getting stuff done. We need somebody else that can go over there and handle media relations while we're handling business. So we have a public information officer. We seized over $133,000 in cash during this year, which we get about 80% of that back to the sheriff's office, and we just do it through asset forfeiture, through a search warrant, so that will come in. And I think some of it has already started coming in, so we get that. Let me see. I'm going to leave out some stuff. It's just too much stuff. We had a lot of catalytic converter stuff going on. So, but, and I put this on our page, and we can look at page links and everything else, but we actually partnered with the FBI out of Virginia to go out there catalytic converter ring, and it got so big that they included the FBI out of Charlotte. And with one of our investigators pushing it in most of his investigation, we end up, and I'm not going to say breaking up because it's a $1 billion company, but we end up identifying and seizing assets of a catalytic converter ring of $543 million. And it started here in Halifax County with us pushing it, our investigators pushing it, and went over to Virginia. And I mean, they were shipping catalytic converters out of the country. And our investigators were spearheaded. Lieutenant Matt Brown, when he was the investigator, Lieutenant of Investigations, he spearheaded and was able to seize it. Now, I put that on our page because, I heard, 543 million. But on our page, people just passed on by. Like it was, we get catalytic converters stolen every day. So, but our guys out here doing it, we're doing it with that range. So, we started charging inmates in our jail. When I got there, they would fight, they would make shanks, they would tear up our mattresses and everything else. And the only thing we would do was take the shank and ask them, do you need to go to the doctor if you get beat up? And or if you tear up a mattress, give you another. Well, we started charging inmates for damaging our property. So if you damage our property, we go into your account and we take money out of your account and have you sign for you damaging our property. We charge you with damaging our property, and then you go over court for it. If you make shanks, and we find it, and you would think, hey, if you caught him making a shank, you would charge him, but historically, that was not being done. If you fight in our jail, we charge you. Now, a lot of people fall out of bed in jail. I ain't never seen many grown folk fall out of bed. But they fall out of bed because they get beat up and they don't want to say anything, so the excuse is they fell out of bed. So what we do, if we can prove that you were fighting and you don't want to tell on the person that you were fighting, that's fine. We're going to charge you with fighting anyway. We're going to charge you with fighting in our jail. Now, the other person was a ghost. You got to fight with a ghost. But we will charge you, and we'll go back and look at our camera system, and we will charge them. But at first, it was free reign. They get fighting, and nothing's done, and they just go in their separate cells and, you know, do whatever. So we're holding them accountable. I met with the DA's office because at first some of those charges were getting dismissed because they're saying, hey, this person in jail for a felony, and you up here charging them with a misdemeanor in jail. I don't care. If it adds 1 day to that sentence, I don't want to go to jail for a day. So if it adds 1 day to that sentence, it's worth it to me. But it lets them know that they can't come in our jail and tear our stuff up and cause our taxpayers and our county more money to replace it or to send them to a hospital and they get amnesia and don't remember what happened. So we're holding them accountable as well. We, like I mentioned earlier, we're answering a lot of the police department's calls, so that has drove us thin here in the county on some of our stuff because we only have 7 people working at a time, and we want to make sure that we provide the best services that we can, so we're working with them on scheduling with that. We have not signed the paperwork. I think Attorney Rollins has the paperwork now. We are partnering with the Roanoke Rapids Police Department. Their new chief, Shane Guyan, Dr. Shane Guyan, used to be our professional standards lieutenant. So we have a great working relationship with them. We have we have now started a drug and gang task force unit with the Roanoke Rapids Police Department. They were short-staffed. They didn't have the manpower to do what they needed to do. We have a guy that we're actually signing up for the DEA task force, so we will have a direct link between us and the DEA to help fast-track some of our criminals out of here. So we're losing a guy, in theory, to the DEA, but he will help us get folks out of here. So we partnered with Roanoke Rapids so he could, so we wouldn't miss a beat, and then we would go into Roanoke Rapids city limits and in turn help them with their drug and gang problems as well. So, and the last thing I want to do a few numbers and then I'll be gone because I've been up here forever. I'll say this year and last year. This year means the year that I was sheriff. Last year was the year that I was not sheriff. So the total calls last year was 37,094. The total calls this year was 40,552. So we increased by about just over 3,000 calls. The security checks that I said we were driving to every day to go and check properties last year was 7,395. This year it's 1,468. So we dropped that tremendously. Traffic stops last year was 3,023. This year was 5,338. Now we get a lot of stuff. People say, oh, he just stopped me for a tail light out. We get a lot of stuff for a tail light out. So it's all guys being proactive. Foot patrols, you would think with the traffic stops increasing that foot patrols go down. Foot patrols went from last year 1,262 to this year 2,786. So the guys actually increased the foot patrols, and that's getting out at the businesses, that's getting out at the schools in the area, and things of that nature to just get out and, you know, walk the area so you can be seen, whether it's walking in the projects or, you know, high crime area. You get out your car, you go walk through the community, that's what we call foot patrol. Wrecks with no PI. The sheriff's office, we do not investigate wrecks. At no time do we investigate wrecks. I found out through the deputies that we were being dispatched to every wreck, every disabled motorist, every highway patrol call that happened in our county, we were being dispatched to. When I started, I met with the first sergeant of highway patrol and respectfully said, y'all have y'all job and we have ours. We will assist y'all with whatever y'all need us to assist you with, but we cannot come to your calls and do them instead of you going out there doing them. And he agreed. So what we decided is if it's a disabled motorist, that it's an elderly person in the car or a young child in the car, the sheriff's office will respond. If it is an accident where somebody is pinned in, we will respond with a vehicle return. Or if it is blocking the roadway. If it's something blocking the road, we will come to make sure nobody runs into the back of that car. But if you run out of gas on the side of I-95, you will sit there until AAA comes, or you will sit there until the highway patrol comes. If you have a flat tire, you will sit there, because that's what highway patrol governs. That's not what the sheriff's office governs. We had deputies that were about to get out serving a warrant, and we had somebody that ran out of gas on 95. They left from serving that warrant, went out to the interstate and got gas. We cannot have that. We can't have it. That's what highway patrol governs. That's what we left it out, and it's been working out great for us and everything else. But so Rex, we went from responding to 493 last year to 277 this year. Sex offender checks. We have sex offenders in Halifax County. We check on them often. Last year we checked on 474 times. This year we checked on 1,023 times. Transports. Last year we had 575 transports. Now that is, we went from 575 to 721. That's transports going from our jail to other jails or back or things of that nature. That's not IBC transport. Somebody gets found and we're taken to a mental hospital. The IBC transport, we went from 115 to 184. Search warrants, we done 31 last year, we done 40 this year. So our drug guys and our investigators have picked it up to do more search warrants and in time making a safe. Checking stations, we went from 33 to 64. You will call it number 58, Mr. Smith. But illegal gun seized. Last year we seized 145 illegal guns. This year we seized 259. So we're getting illegal guns and stuff off the street. Each gun that we seize, we run through a system, we test fire them, we get the cases, and we determine if they have been used in any other crime. It's in the system throughout the state, and it probably throughout the country, but I don't know enough about the system. I know it is throughout the state. And like I said, with the federal cases, we've done 5 so far this year. We're continuing to do some. And it's one thing to stand up here and tell you that we are doing more, but it's another thing to have the numbers to Central people. So I got these from Central. These aren't our numbers, just what's recorded in Central to show you that we're doing more. So that's a lot in the year. And do y'all have...
Sheriff, I think you do have one thing that you need to ask us about in reference to a boat.
Yeah, but we have 2 things.
Okay.
But I want to know if y'all had any questions.
Oh, I'm
for the
sorry.
first thing.
Okay.
Donations.
Yeah, so that's the second thing. So
All
do
right.
y'all have any questions about what we've been doing at Sheriff's Office?
All right, any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Great job, Sheriff, that was very thorough.
I know I talk too long, but it's only once a year, so,
That's okay.
thank you.
Very informative.
All right. Well, the second thing, we have 2 things. One thing, on the sheriff's trip, he had a line item, I believe the title was benefiting the kids in Halifax County, where that line item is frozen per se, and we can't use the remaining.
Come on up, Neil.
The remaining funds that's on that line item. So we have people that's giving us donations throughout the county for many different things. Yeah, the flock camera system that you hear about that's helping us find wanted people and stolen cars. We have people that want to say, hey, I just want your deputies to, pay for the meal for Christmas and have events. So we don't have a line item right now where we taking donations in this blanket to where we can do what the citizens are asking us to do with it, even when it comes to donating to other nonprofits that call us and say, hey, I need you to sponsor this 5K run or my Little League baseball team. We're paying for it out of our pockets right now, but we have money that has been sent to us to where that's what the citizens are giving to us. So I'm asking the commissioners to create a line item, and we needed to come up with something broad enough and that can encompass anything. It's the community safety, mentoring, and improvement line item. And that way we can take all those donations that come in, put it in that line item, and spend them out as we would see fit when they come in to help things in the community and improve the community.
All right, based on any questions or comments from the commissioners, I do want to ask the finance and also the attorney in reference to what he's asking, can we just move forward with a motion and approving what he's asked, or what are your thoughts? Glenn, I see your wheels turning a little bit.
What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you will, just direct staff, and particularly county manager and the county attorney. I'm sorry, I don't follow this conversation, guys. I may have been zoned out one morning. I don't know. But when we did this, when Sheriff Tripp was here, we actually adopted a resolution. We had set parameters on how much money could be donated without coming back to you to approve the use of it. And I'm sorry, I don't sit here with the crowd out there, and I'll just say it, because I'll tell you, I don't understand all the parameters of it, and I really need to know a little more about it. And I'll be glad to bring it back to you next meeting. But all things finance have to be done right. And we just need to be sure that, you can authorize these things, but you have to be sure about what parameters you're setting. If you don't mind, let me have that discussion with Neil and with Sheriff Davis, and we'll square that away and drop back.
Now, I have a question on that. Can we decide to at least the money that we have to create that account and put it in the account, and then we can decide next time on how we can spend it? Because we're holding checks.
We're sitting on checks now.
Yeah.
If that's all you want today, Mary, so you're not in hot water, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
We've got to talk more about.
Yeah, which is totally fine.
All right, so in reference to what he's saying, Turner Rollins, Madam County Manager, let me have a motion in reference to what he's asking.
Let me take a shot. Just a motion to allow money that's being held by the finance director in donations to the sheriff's office. We set up an line item, and we'll come back to the board with further directives on that.
Okay. Sheriff, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, Mr.
motion
Chairman.
made by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye? All opposed? Okay, you got your direction on that. You just got to get
Yes,
the
sir.
other by the other
We'll get
part
it.
of it. You and Neil, along with Glenn.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
And I believe in giving credit where credit is due, and I know as much as he hate talking to folks out in public, this young man worked hard on getting this item that we're requesting, so I'm gonna let him do it, and I'm gonna go and sit down. I appreciate y'all. Have a good day.
I'm sending some pictures around. Dominion Energy, I've been dealing with them for a while. We got a truck donated years ago. They told me they had a boat that was going to be coming up. They were trying to replace a boat they had. This is a 1999 18-foot McKee craft center console boat. It comes with a trailer. They keep it stored in the building during the winter. It's valued at $10,000. They would like to donate it to the county for us to use. We do have a section of the lake that's in Halifax County, and then we do have issues sometime on the river, but it would give us access to get on the water when needed. I would ask that you accept this donation from Dominion Energy and authorize the county manager to sign any necessary documents to complete the transfer.
Neil, you've always been so concise and a man of few words.
That means I talk to you.
No, Sheriff, I didn't say that. No, I did not say
Hey, I'm getting better.
I wasn't implying that. Okay, well, for that being said, what is your pleasure, Commissioners?
Move we accept the donation from Dominion.
Okay, motion motion made by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? And that's a great, and let Dominion know we really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. We'll take it and get it striped up for the
Right.
sheriff's office to be recognized.
Yep, great. That was
All
the
right.
next thing I was going to ask.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. You're reading my mind. Okay, the only thing is, we need to accept the very thorough report that our sheriff has given us. So I can get a motion for that, because that's real important to him. That's part of the evaluation process for our sheriff. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Great job, Sheriff.
Thank you.
And great job, Chief Deputy. Appreciate you all. Thank you for all that you do. All right. And I was glad we had quite a few folks from the public here that are able to hear his report, too. At this time, we're going to hear from our Utilities Director, Christopher Williams. Chris, appreciate your patience. You're on here a couple of times.
Good afternoon.
Okay. He's going to be talking about the Asset Inventory and Assessment Grant.
That's correct. So prior to my coming on board with the county was awarded March 1st of 2021 grant funds from the Division of Water Infrastructure to do an asset inventory and assessment grant for the sewer system. So this resolution that comes before you is to accept those funds and to agree to the required, is it called a match? Match of 5%, which we have had budgeted in our annual budget and have requested a carry forward, which was approved earlier in this meeting. So the funds to cover the match for this are already appropriated.
And that comes out of your fund, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, out of our enterprise fund, that's correct.
Right. Okay, any questions or comments? Did you finish, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions or comments about Utilities Director? If not, need a motion?
I move we approve the resolution to accept the asset inventory and assignment grant with the minimum of 5% match.
5% match.
5%?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Excuse me, I apologize, yes.
Okay, 5%. 5%, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, motion made by Vice Chair Brewer, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, you can stand right there and go ahead.
So we also come before you with a resolution to approve the local water supply plan. This is a document that we formulate, gather together data, and present to the state of North Carolina, and just detailing last year's operations, future operations, verifying that we do have plans in place to supply water and meet the needs of our system going forward in the future, that we plan for growth and development, that sort of thing. So there is a copy of the letter from the appropriate division certifying that we have submitted this report, and then a copy of the report. And so if you can approve that plan, then we can check the final box for the state of North Carolina with relation to submission of this report to them.
So, Mr. Williams, you asking us to adopt that resolution to approve the Halifax County Local Water Supply Plan?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, any questions or comments to Mr. Williams? If not, I'll so entertain a motion for that.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the resolution to approve the Halifax County Local Water Supply Plan.
Motion made by Commissioner Johnson, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you do, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next item is interlocal agreement and resolution, animal control, Town of Scotland Act. Renee Perry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So, a while ago, I presented an initiative in which Halifax County Animal Control would do animal control within the different towns and municipalities. And so the Town of Scotland Neck has agreed to move forward, and their board adopted the resolution and the interlocal agreement on July 18th of 2023. So today, I'm coming to the Board of Commissioners asking for your approval to move forward with the resolution to have Halifax County Animal Control move forward with animal control in the actual Town of Scotland Neck. And the Town of Scotland Neck will be billed on a quarterly basis for their portion of personnel costs for animal control.
Okay, you've heard the information coming from our Deputy County Manager. What is your pleasure? Oh, the Scotland Neck person spoke up. Motion made by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay.
I gotta go back home, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, I understand. And if you have trouble, just let me know, you can come with me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I is the next item, site and utility line easement for Access On Network Incorporated. Attorney Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, Access on Networks out of Wake County is the recipient of the USDA Reconnect grant for the installation of broadband infrastructure in the Hollister and Essex area of Halifax and Warren counties. That was my confusion earlier, my apologies. They requested an easement from the county on property that we now own, some of Chris's utility property, where we have a pump station and a well out in the Hollister area. And in consideration, we had discussions earlier about what our ability is to give property, which we don't have that ability. So in consideration of a perpetual easement, Access On has agreed to provide a $10,000 credit for broadband internet service to our EMS station number 7 in Hollister as long as that credit lasts, or for 15 years, whichever is longer. And then also agreed to negotiate further internet service after that period of time. A copy of draft easement is in your agenda packet. It's not necessarily the final version, but you can see there on the very first page, there's a place where they need to add the kinds of things they're intending to cite on that easement. But it will be a equipment hut site and a utility line easement to get their fiber optic cable out to Halifax and Warren. All I really need is your motion to approve going forward with this easement as presented, and authorizing the appropriate county official or staff to execute the easement when it's in final form. If something final about it changes significantly, you know I'm going to bring it back to you, but essentially, as presented, we'd like to go ahead and move forward. They are on the market set to go with this project.
Appreciate it, Attorney Rollins. You always bring things back that you need to. Any questions or comments to our attorney?
No questions, Mr. Chair, I move for approval.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Brewer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, thank you, Attorney Rollins. Board appointments, I believe, is next, right, Madam Clerk? Okay, we're going to move to that. I believe the first one is the Halifax County Board of Adjustment. Receive nominations to appoint an individual to replace Stephen Ellis. We'll just hold that open for now. I think Mr. Ellis has been appointed to the Rock Rapids School Board, and that's why he stepped down. Anyway, the next one is the Halifax County Semi-Quincentennial Commission. Hard word to pronounce. Why they don't name that thing 250th anniversary?
That was the request of the commission.
That's my English teacher over there, now Assistant County Manager. Receive nominations to appoint Muzak Kiger to fill the unexpired term of John Smith, and that's Welland Town Commissioner John Smith, not County Commissioner John Smith. Okay, motion by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, Voluntary Agricultural District Board. Receive nomination, waive the term limit, and reappoint Michael Morris. Okay, is there a second? Motion made by Commissioner Brewer, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Receive nomination to appoint an individual to replace Chris Brady. Okay, we'll just hold that one open, I guess. That's the last one, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right, at this time, we're going to hear from Ms. Scott, Economic Development.
Good morning again. I'm going to be very brief because I know you have a long agenda, and I have two matters for closed session. that I want to make sure. But I'm going to go through this very quickly. I know you've had this report for several days, so there's no need to belabor the contents. But our economic indicators, our unemployment rate is 5.4%. We got that just last week, so that's for June, which represents just over 1,000 people that are unemployed in Halifax County. Our building permits, as always for July, we're down slightly, 1.7 million in June, but compared to 2.7 million last year. Our retail sales were comparable with last year, just over 58 million, and they were just over 58 million in May of 2022. And y'all know these data figures, nothing works out. It comes out for the same month. So it's hard to compare unemployment, retail sales, and building permits because the data is not reflective for the same periods. But we try. I did participate in the Rural Summit in Hereford County just recently, and I was served as a panelist along with some greats like Senator Bobby Hoenig and Kenny Flowers and others. So great event. Couple things I want to point out to you that Halifax Horizons did and the town of Halifax did partner in the purchase of the Truist Bank building. So that closing took place on 7/26. Really great working together work story. So look forward to highlighting that. And if you see the mayor of Roanoke Rapids, please thank him for his efforts to eliminate the truck stops in Roanoke Rapids. So I've been complaining about this for months, and the mayor, with their new police chief, have worked out a strategy to get rid of the trucks that are parking in the parking lots and creating all kinds of negative image and other actions. And so thank him for it. It hasn't happened yet, but if we keep praising him, maybe it'll keep on top of it. But a couple of projects, the heating project at the Halifax Industrial Center is moving full speed ahead. Roseburg, our sewer relocation project now is 100% complete. We've got a technical meeting tomorrow with DOT and the engineers in Roseburg. And Chairman Bryant, I have a certificate of substantial completion I need your signature on today, if you can indulge me. Working out a few other things, but we got a meeting tomorrow.
Also, too, on that Roseburg for a second, are we where we need to be with the sanitary district on that?
Yes, we're done. Our project is 100% complete. Certificate of substantial completion, and we'll get them all of their documents. But yes, we are done finally.
Okay. The attorney got a little chuckle over there.
We've had a good time.
They were fine to work with, but it's long.
We've had a good time. So West Point, still have a project that I'm working with at West Point, working on the Air Boss access road in Scotland Neck, and been working with Chris and Williams and the sanitary district to, now that I have some information we've been waiting for from the sanitary district for just over a year, we're going to get this project rejuvenated and looking at infrastructure. So y'all will be getting an email. Lots of industrial and commercial construction ongoing throughout the county, and just a lot of client activity, as you can see. Those with Bs beside them, required buildings. We have no buildings in Halifax County. When a client asks for 50,000 square feet, we have no space. So we'll need to talk about that for the future. But thank you all so much. Are there any questions?
Do you know the plan for the former Truist Bank?
I think the town will use it as a town hall. And also, there's been discussion, and I'm not sure there's a full commitment, of looking at some kind of headquarters for the 2026 celebration. They also have some space in there that if they wanted to, they could lease space to others. And so it's just a great facility for them to have. But that, I'm just repeating things I've heard. It's nothing from the town board or anything that's come to me. But thank you all.
Ms. Scott, thank you so much. You're almost a one-person show. You do have a couple people. You do have a couple
Yeah,
people
my
working.
assistant's on vacation this week, so God help me.
Well, yeah. Okay, appreciate you, Ms. Scott.
Thank you.
You're a hard worker. I get text messages from her over the weekend. emails and everything, but that's okay. Yep. Okay, county manager's report. We'll hear from our hard-working county manager, Ms. Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all of you. I have 3 specific items for discussion with you today, and just a reminder about a few more that are coming up later this month. The first one surrounds funding of hydrilla and limbia management through the Lake Gaston Weed Control Council. As you know, during the spring, when we were preparing our annual budget, we have these conversations about outside agencies and who we're able to fund, who we're not able to fund, and why. And so through a lot of conversations, both internally and externally, I included some information in your agenda materials today to include a letter sent to the Weed Council back in April. And most recently, I attended their meeting back in July and spoke with the council and took questions. I did include their budget documents just for your reference to give you a little bit of a different vantage point and how they plan to proceed with their budget to treat both hydrilla and limbia in the coming fiscal year. With that said, there's been a lot of back and forth. I know you all have received a lot of correspondence about, you know, what the county can do or should do. So at that point, I want to toss it to Glenn for us to kind of kick off our conversation. Of course, this will be a team effort about what we can do and what our options are and the work we've done up to this point to be able to see how we can move forward.
Okay. So, Board, as you know, we often, particularly in the budget season, when we're talking about grants to outside entities, nonprofits, outside folks who request public funding for their activities. We've had this conversation in many different contexts before, and I'm gonna start off with that same general conversation, and that is something I'm going to tell you that you already know, and that is if you are asked to give public funds to a nonprofit entity, and the Lake Gaston Weed Control Council is a nonprofit entity, for example, you are not able to do that unless that nonprofit entity is going to be performing some activity that you yourself or that the county itself can lawfully do by statute. You know better than I that you can't do anything as a county unless you have statutory authority to do it. That's clear from our Constitution, it's clear from our statutory law, it's clear from case law for many years in this state. So that's the first hurdle that you always look at whenever anyone comes to you from the outside and is requesting funds. What is it you're going to do with it? And then you have to step back and say, can we do that ourselves? And if the answer is no, we're very sorry, but we have to move on. Now, if the answer is yes, then there's another question you have to ask yourself, or we have to ask ourselves, and that is, what source of revenue can we use to fund this requested activity? It's an activity we can do, and we want to work through this nonprofit to do that activity instead of us doing it ourselves. What revenue source can we use for that? Well, the biggest revenue source we have is the general countywide property tax. But property taxes are restricted revenues. They are not open to spend on whatever you want to spend it on, even if you have authority to do the thing you want to spend it on. This is a different question altogether. Got authority to do something, what money can I use? An example, broadband. We have statutory authority to make grants available to private internet service providers to help expand infrastructure. But as you know, we have no authority to spend property tax on that. Okay. So those are the two questions you always have to take an approach on any request from any outside funding request. The Lake Gaston Weed Control Council has been around for a long time. I think I looked at minutes when it was first mentioned, and it wasn't formed by Halifax County. It wasn't formed by Warren County, Northampton County, or Mecklenburg, or Brunswick. It is a nonprofit corporation that was formed by individuals who proposed that it be used as a way to have all 5 counties work together to deal with the problem of noxious aquatic weeds on Lake Gaston back then. The problem has been, almost since its inception, I would say the problem has been is that never was done correctly. Frankly, in my view, there should have been an interlocal agreement between all 5 counties to do this, assuming, first of all, I'm jumping ahead of myself. That's assuming these 5 counties had authority to do weed control on the lake. I'll come back to that in a moment. But in any case, we've gone on for years of, and I've heard someone mention gentleman's agreement today, and it gives me shivers when I hear that, because we don't do that. That's not how we spend tax dollars. It's not how we deal with the public's funds. We don't do shake hands and gentleman's agreements. We first decide if we can do this, and then can we do it with this particular pot of money. So there we are. The first question, can Halifax County control noxious aquatic weeds on Lake Gaston? And the answer to that is, in and of itself, by itself, no, you cannot. You won't find anything in Chapter 153 that says anything about the legislature giving you authority to control or eradicate noxious aquatic weeds on Lake Gaston. There is a state agency that is actually charged with that responsibility, and that's the Department of Environmental Quality. And that's under the Aquatic Weed Control Act of 1991. The Secretary of DEQ is charged with that responsibility to come up with plans, and working with other agencies to come up with an aquatic nuisance series management plan done in 2015. So DEQ, Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, North Carolina Wildlife Commission, they've all come up with an aquatic nuisance species management plan. Nowhere in this plan will you see anything about the jurisdiction or authority of a county or other local government to do anything. What you do have, there's hope, what you do have under the Aquatic Weed Control Act is the Secretary of DEQ has the authority to reach out to other local governments or other agencies or even private entities to delegate some of his or her authority to take this action. I don't know if that's ever been done. I honestly don't know. If it has been done, we need to know about it. If it hasn't been done, I would say to you that unless Halifax County, through some arrangement with the Lake Gaston Weed Control Council, unless we have that authority delegated from the Secretary of DEQ to do this activity on Lake Gaston, we can't do it. I'm not saying that should be an easy ask. It should be easy to pick up the phone and find out which person at DEQ or the Division of Water Resources is the person to talk to about having that authority given to Halifax County or given in its place, given to Lake Gaston Weed Control Council, so some of this activity can actually happen. But then that leads us to the next question. And I'm talking now about just hydrilla, weed control. I've got a whole different chapter and verse on algae. We'll come back to that. That leads to the next question, that is, if we can get that set up so that you can act under authority delegated by DEQ, can you spend general property tax dollars on that activity? The answer to that question is a resounding no. If you look at Section 153A, Section 149, for all those things that you can actually use property tax for, it's not there. There is nothing there about using that money for noxious aquatic weed control. So that means you'll have to find some other way to pay for that, if you can get to a point where you can actually do that. There are a couple of solutions here if you can't use property tax revenues. One I don't like, but I owe it to you to tell you, and that is you can consider whether you want to use sales tax revenues to fund this kind of activity. Again, don't take me for granted. I'm assuming you can get DEQ to grant you this authority, because if you don't have that, I can go home now. But assuming you can, then one opportunity for funding this activity would be through your unrestricted sales tax. Don't ask me to give you the numbers. I know our sales tax revenues are up. I know that a substantial percentage of sales tax revenues are restricted, but you do have some portion that's unrestricted that you could use to fund hydrilla treatment under the authority given to you by DEQ. Okay. I say I don't like that choice because, and this is not a legal opinion, but I don't normally step into this realm, but I'll tell you my policy advice on that. Sales taxes were enacted in the 1970s so that counties could save money on having to raise property taxes. Okay? With that in mind, if you're going to use your sales tax to supplant something that you couldn't use property tax on, you're using that sales tax money is going to create some hole in your budget at some point in time. And in this case, it's not a big hole. But if you get in the habit of deciding you're going to do something with sales tax that you can't do with property tax, at some point you're going to have to raise your property taxes as other budget things come along. So I'm just saying, as a financial policy decision, which you don't have to take my advice on this, I'm not in favor of using sales tax when I can't use property taxes. I like to take the legislature at its word. If they wanted you to spend property taxes on something, they'd have given you authority to do that. Because constitutionally, without them saying you can do it, you can't do it. There's another option. And Halifax County actually asked for this option years ago and then balked at it. But the other option you have is to create a service district on Lake Gaston for a property tax in that service district alone to use for noxious aquatic weed control. I won't get into the details of that, but it's the same thing as the fire district you've created over the years for that service, for fire protection services. You have fire districts where you impose a tax only in that district for fire protection. You can do the same thing around the lake in Halifax County and impose a special tax, property tax, in that district. And that money is absolutely available to use to do whatever activity you're authorized to do by the Secretary of DEQ. So that's my analysis for you on how you can get to a point where you can lawfully fund the control and the eradication of hydrilla on Lake Gaston. Does anyone have any questions about that? Because if not, I want to talk about it.
I'm going to go ahead with just one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Where you said that we had to ask DEQ for permission.
Yes, ma'am.
How is that handled?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I have been on the phone all week with folks at DEQ and folks at Department of Agriculture. I've been on the phone with Rob Richardson at NC State. I'm still waiting for the answers. And I'm sure there's an answer because they even cite in their management plan that Department of Environmental Quality and DWR, will reach out to local, under the act that I cited to you, will reach out to local counties and municipalities to assist with their efforts. It's on the state, okay? It's not in our hands. If it's not in our hands, we're going to have authority to do it unless they delegate some of that authority to us. That ought to be something that can be done. That shouldn't be a hard ask. Lingvia. I know after talking with lots of people last week that there isn't any state agency that is out there in a direct program to deal with the problem with Lingbia on whatever waters in the state. Lingbia is not listed as a noxious aquatic weed, mainly because it's not a weed at all. It's not even a plant. It's a bacteria. It's algae. So I can't figure out who and it is listed in this management plan as a problem. It is. But it's not listed as on the list of things that either DEQ is going to work on or the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services under their plant pest statute. It's not listed there either. So I'm at a loss as to how this is supposed to work for dealing with Lingbia up on the lake in terms of the county having any delegated authority from one of these 3 state agencies to do something about it. And at this point, I will continue to work through that, but I cannot find how we acquire the authority to deal with that particular problem on Lake Gaston. And my phone is always open. I'm ready to talk to anyone in Raleigh who wants to talk to me. It's just, and they've told me they'd get back to me. They just haven't gotten back to me yet. And I have explained what the issue is. I don't know if I've kicked a hornet's nest over in Raleigh or not, but I do know one thing, and that's county government, and I know what you can and can't do with tax money. And this is something you can't do unless you work it through these avenues. Now, having said all that, if you want to instruct us to go ahead and start trying to work through something with respect to the noxious aquatic weed hydrilla, I'm certainly happy to go ahead and do that and work with county management to try to get that squared away so that we can get back on the right footing for how this can be done legally.
Okay, commissioners, you've heard the information coming from, you got something you want to add, Ms. Denton, before?
I'll wait until
Open
you
up.
have questions.
Okay, I was just going to open up for the commissioners for any discussion, unless you want to add something, Brian.
The only thing I would add is if you would like for us to work this avenue as far as through DEQ for this fiscal year, 23-24, if we can work something with DEQ, maybe for this year to use a portion of sales tax unrestricted to fund that, and for subsequent years, if you would like to explore the special taxing district to fund it separately. Sales tax will be short-term for this year, but we could explore a special taxing district to implement that in subsequent years if that's the direction you would like to go.
Does what you're saying, does that also include this algae? Or
No, it's only for hydrilla.
Yeah, unfortunately, even the district tax is only available to treat noxious aquatic weeds, not Lingbia. And I will tell you that we did get some data on the closely accurate data on the tax value up around Lake Gaston in Halifax County. And as a very rough figure, this isn't necessarily in stone, but you're looking at property value up there of $380,416,200. And if that's just real estate, it doesn't include personal property. And just 1/10 of 1% on a tax rate would raise $380,000 in 1 year. So it would take a very small tax rate in a service district to raise what you so far been asked to help fund for aquatic weed control on Lake Gaston.
And we could be talking about a lot less than that.
It's definitely less than that. I mean, that's just, I'm not a math person, but I can move decimal places enough to know it's not a high additional tax in what could be a service district.
Commissioner Webb.
How can we move forward to find out whether or not DEQ will give us the authorization?
I frankly think if you ask, they'll do it. Because somewhere along the line, it's gotten all turned around, and it's like, let the local counties do it, and we'll throw a grant once in a while. You know, that's just messed up. And I've been trying, I'll have the conversation as soon as I can figure out who up there is an attorney who'll talk to me, then we can make something happen.
I think Attorney Webb, Commissioner Webb, raises a good question there about that. And the other thing is, you know, and I'm fine with what Ms. Denton said. I don't know how the other commissioners feel. Want to hear from you all about it, you know, if you got something. This is important. I'm okay, but I think the other thing we got to address is, you know, we got to address this right here too some way. Now, does Representative Ray and Senator Haggard address this? I mean, you know, has the law got to be changed? Because, you know, I think that, and I can't speak for Lake Gaston because, I mean, I don't know everything, but I am pretty knowledgeable that they have the other thing pretty much under control, is this is what they're having a problem with, mostly. And, you know, I think this needs to be addressed in some way. Has the law got to change for that to be addressed?
I think what would have to happen, Mr. Chairman, is that someone, right now it's with the Secretary of DEQ to decide what, and I'll say aquatic nuisance weed or plant goes on their list of things they're going to be dealing with under that particular statute. And I don't know why Lingbia is not on that list.
Right.
As I said, it may have something to do with the fact that it's fairly ubiquitous. I mean, frankly, it's everywhere.
Right.
And so I don't know, but someone at some point with the state agencies that are charged with dealing with these issues in the inland waters of our state have got to decide, what are they going to do? I don't even know if there's a program set up that we could even be granted authority to take local action on.
Right.
But that is an issue that needs to be dealt with. Yep. I agree.
Commissioner Webb?
Yes, sir. Now, what I'm hearing is that we would have authority to deal with the hydro. That's correct.
Assuming the Secretary of DEQ grants that authority, yes.
Now, my question is that, could we, if we didn't, since we didn't give our fair share for previous years, let's say we gave 58,000, we should have gave 116,000. And we don't have the authority to do the limiting, correct? We don't have the authority for that.
I don't believe we do.
Okay.
But by the same token, I don't know what Lake Gaston Weed Control's authority is. They're not a governmental entity.
Right, but my question is that, let's say that the Lake Gaston Weed Control Council has provided funds on behalf of Halifax County's proposed share in the past for taking care of hydro. Let's say we didn't pay our fair share. Now, would it be appropriate that we said that upon the approval of DEQ, that we can deal with the hydrilla, that we reimburse them for the amount that they have provided for dealing with hydrilla?
My concern would be this, for those in the sound of my voice. I think that money we've given to Lake Gaston Weed Control over the years has been unlawfully given. And I say that, I think that's my opinion, sitting here today. I say that knowing there might be some disgruntled taxpayer somewhere in Scotland Neck who never goes to the lake, who might decide they want to bring a tax refund petition for the last 5 years, you know, for their share of the taxes that went to Lake Gaston Weed Control. Now you're talking about 10 or 12 cents. So it's not going to happen. But having said that, because I think it was unlawful, I don't know that you want to compound that problem by saying, you know, we didn't give you enough in 4 or 5 years ago, we're going to make that up now. That's a concern I would raise about that approach. Now, having said that, you might decide that you want to provide for the control and eradication of hydrilla, something over and above what you may have thought you committed to before. It's just that from year to year, what's it going to take to control this noxious aquatic weed in Halifax County? And you know, my hope would be that the other counties would get together and say, let's do an interlocal agreement and take a unified approach to this. There is legal authority to do that, and you can do that not only with the 3 counties in North Carolina, but that could be done with the other 2 counties in Virginia as well, to do the things that we have lawful authority to do.
And I guess my concern is that in the meantime, before you can get an interlocutory agreement done, or before you get looks like a tax district, property tax district, some type of district, in order to pay for it. In the meantime, Halifax County is not providing funds to the eradication of the lease contract.
And you could do that with, if you wanted to appropriate some sales tax this year to do that, you can do it.
My suggestion would be to take the sales tax route, but it's not going to be a permanent solution. It's a temporary fix of the problem. But you take the sales tax route upon the approval of the authority from DEQ. And that's a temporary fix. That's what I think.
Well, you know, also, and I'm gonna let others speak, I don't think we need to go back, Commissioner Webb, all due respect, I know what you're saying, but I agree with Attorney Rollins. I think we need to look at it and go forward through DEQ's office, and if we're able to afford to hold them out at 116 to do whatever, you know, that's fine, but I don't think we need to be going backwards, but I do think that we need to pursue it in some way. Look, I'm going back, I'm also concerned about this paper right here. You know, this has got to be addressed too. I mean, we can talk about the old thing, that's the most serious problem, I think, at the lake, from hearing some of the people who live up there who I communicate with a lot, and, you know, I mean, that's got to be addressed in some way. Anyway, let's, and Attorney Webb and me, and talking to myself too, we can continue this conversation and talk, but also let's hear from some of the commissioners who have not said anything, who would like to speak.
Well, I think what Commissioner Webb is suggesting seems like a short-term fix, a reasonable one, thoughtful one as well for us. I would like to agree with that. And then maybe in the meantime, we can figure out what we do people around the lake, like the group around the lake, maybe have some community meetings to get their views about establishing that special district in the area. But I do want us to move forward. I think it's an important resource for us to have that community to protect. And that seems more like an option we can just use this to make forward.
Okay? All
I
right.
want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
Because it takes a lot for me sometimes. When I went to the Lake Gaston meeting last year, or was it last spring? I can't remember.
It was in March.
Well, it was so long ago. It was my understanding that the hydrilla, and you all who know more than I, was pretty well straightened out. I see Lynn nodding his head. And we're saying that is something we can fund if we go this tax for 1 year, whatever.
There's an opportunity to do that,
But
yes.
as far as the real issue, the Olympia, we're still in deep trouble.
It appears to
At
me
this
we are.
point.
I am still waiting to talk with folks at both of these agencies about Lingbia.
Okay.
I'm still waiting to talk, I'm waiting to hear from them, because as I've told, I told Dr. Brown when I spoke to him, you know, we're working on this, but it's got to be right. And I'm not saying give up on what we do with Lingbia, but folks who are in charge of this plan have got to reach out and talk to us about it.
Okay, so.
my next question.
Go ahead, I'm
sir.
sorry.
My next question, if we do what Mr. Webb suggests, and look, I want everybody in this room and anywhere else, we all want this lake to be bright. We all understand what it means to our county and our economy and our citizens who live there and who volunteer and contribute and are involved in other things. But I'm a real stickler for it being legal. So if we go back and do what Mr. Webb has suggested, What are we saying we're funding? Help me understand that.
We would be funding the control or eradication of hydrilla.
Thank
Yes.
you, thank you.
That's
what
as far as we
I
can go
wanted you to
today.
say that for me.
But we
Thank you.
also need approval from DEQ to move forward with that. Right?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's the first step in anything.
Yes.
We have to make that connection with DEQ to get permission. Once we get permission, then we can decide in what direction we want to go. But
Right.
we're not going to be able to do anything legally until we make that contact.
That's exactly right, Ms. Johnson. Once we have authority from DEQ to Halifax County to move forward on dealing with hydrilla, we could then reach out to Lake Gaston Weed Control and say, we've got authority to do this, and we're willing to give you a grant to do this on our behalf. You know, this is all of this money going to Lake Gaston Weed Control. This is a grant. I mean, you may have been calling it, I don't know what we thought it was when I first came here, but it's grant money because that's not a county agency.
I guess my question is that, I mean, a lot of times we do things contingent upon some other approval from an agency.
Right.
Just like with the school, we agreed to be partners with them contingent upon the approval of the application process. Same thing here, we could allow them to award them money contingent on the approval from DEQ, so that we won't have to come back and address the issue because it already being in the record.
Right.
Once we get approval.
Right.
Once we get approval.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. That's the key. Once you get approval. Don't get approved, then it's null and void.
So we're kind of spinning wheels here.
I don't think it's an application necessarily, but it's probably going to fall in my lap, Ms. Davis. You know
Somewhere
how this
between
is.
us.
Somewhere
Yeah.
over him between the two of us. Yes, ma'am.
And
Go ahead.
I just want to make another comment. I understand at the meeting that the question was raised about would we fund it? And I want this to be public knowledge. At one of our recent meetings, we said, and I stress said, if we can find a way to legally do it, we will fund it the last day of the fiscal year. We never said we wouldn't fund it this year. That was never said. And that kind of came back to me. I've talked to so many people, I don't know who said what when. But in this board meeting, we all agreed if we could find a way to do it, we don't care if it's the last day of the fiscal year, we will fund it. So I want that to be out there for the public.
And Ms. Brewer, you're exactly right. You're exactly right about that.
In a meeting.
All right, now, I think we'll kind of together with this thing, Commissioner Webb, do you want to craft a motion to that effect? I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just asking.
Okay. I move
Oh,
that.
hold on a second. Commissioner Smith, did you have anything you want to say? Okay, hold on for a second, Commissioner. Okay.
I just wanted to put it out there, especially to Commissioner Brewer, you asked about the ability to fund just hydrilla, whereas there's also Olympia. Okay, so I took a pretty detailed look at the Weed Control Council's budget, their proposed budget, and the budget that they have decided to go with. Hydrilla still costs $762 an acre to treat, and they plan to treat about 95 acres this fiscal year. So that math comes out to over $72,000. So you still have a nice chunk of their budget that could go towards hydrilla management.
Okay.
I just want to put that out there. That's the reason, and if you see my notes on here, that's the notes I was taking during their meeting. I didn't know how much it cost to treat each one. But that was very helpful for me to try to put the numbers in my head of what we needed to be able to make work.
Okay.
Can I add one more thing? And that is that, you know, we're working out a way to get here. But once that way's clear and we make this appropriation, it's going to have to be under a grant agreement, like all other grants.
Interlocal.
That's correct.
No, a grant agreement.
A grant
with the project-
agreement.
With the entity that we're giving money to.
Okay.
Like we have with all our other nonprofits that we provide funding to.
Okay.
It has to be a grant agreement outlining the conditions.
All right, with that being said, Commissioner Webb?
I move that we allocate $80,000 to the lake gas and weed control for the sole purpose of treating hydrilla. Provided that a grant agreement is established between the county and the Lake Gaston Weed Control, subject to the approval from the Department of Environmental Quality that allows the county the authority to eradicate hydrilla.
Attorney, Commissioner Williams, one question. Why did you say 80,000? Because I think you threw all of us kind of off.
Well, I think he said the amount was $72,000 for the year, and that way he says you gotta be on for hydrilla only, and so that way we know that those funds can be assisted for hydrilla.
All right, okay. I was thinking, why not the 116? Okay. You want to do your motion for that?
Let me modify to 116,000.
Okay,
Can
all
we
right.
specify sales tax?
Yes.
And specify unrestricted sales tax revenue.
Right, and then still in your motion is about, Madam Clerk, about the subject to.
Subject to the approval of DEQ.
Right, okay. Madam Clerk, you got all that?
We got it. We got it.
Let me be clear, this is 1 year, this year.
This is 1 year.
Okay.
For this
Okay.
year, for
All right.
fiscal year 23-24.
Okay. I'll
Okay.
second his motion. Now
Okay,
that I understand.
all right. Are we all clear on the commissioners? Because Madam Clerk has told me the computer has got it.
See,
All right, y'all okay? Everybody know what it
That's
is?
what we had proposed before anyway.
That's exactly right, Ms. Johnson.
So all we now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Thank you for straightening.
Okay? All right, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, all those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Very good. Got that done. Okay, all right. Next item is the allowing alcohol at county facilities for events.
yeah.
Ms. Denton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item, a little bit less stressful. A little less stressful for a little bit.
I know it's alcohol.
Depends how you look at
Alcohol.
Still less stressful for me. We currently have two facilities owned by the county that we can rent. One is the auditorium down at the Agriculture Center. The other is the property out at 4-H on Highway 903. They both have rental agreements. Both rental agreements specify that you cannot have alcohol at any of the functions there. Additionally, we have a county ordinance that prohibits alcohol to be served or sold on county-owned or leased property. We were recently approached by a group that would like to have an event out at 4-H and if alcohol could be served. So we've done some research. I attached to your agenda materials a blog post, which is very helpful, from the UNC School of Government, and to save a lot of discussion, basically you can serve beer and wine with no permit, no issue, you cannot sell it. So what I wanted to ask is take your temperature on that and see if that's something you'd be willing to consider. What you would have to do is repeal the ordinance, potentially at your next meeting, and then allow the rental agreements to be amended to allow beer and wine, not liquor. That requires permits, and there's a lot more issues attached to that, to be served at events. Now, with that said, if you do allow that, we would amend those rental agreements to come up with rules to be attached. If you were to want to serve beer and wine, you can't just do it. We would have strings attached to it for security purposes, that kind of thing. And we've done some research with some other local governments around in the area that do that. So we would kind of see what they've done and talk to them and see if it works well and anything that we would need to tweak. So before we did all of that, I wanted to see how you all felt about it before we took that next step.
Okay, you've heard the information coming from Ms. Denton about the allowing alcohol at county facilities for events.
Let me ask a question to you, Attorney. Hypothetically,
Who you speaking to, Attorney?
Glenn.
Okay.
hypothetically, if we allow alcohol and someone drinks too much beer, too much wine, leaves the facility, has an accident, someone is injured, what's our liability?
There are dram shop acts that come along and stuff, so yeah, that should be a concern. That should be a concern. And because of that, as Dia mentioned earlier, if we go to the point of repealing our ordinance and decide that we are going to allow this, we have the ability to say what the limitations are going to be. Like if you're going to serve beer and wine, a limit of 2 tickets per person who's attending. You're going to require whoever's having an event to have insurance in place for this very thing. You're going to require beyond that there be fairly rigorous indemnification clauses in the agreement that they have. But Ms. Johnson and Ms. Webb knows what I'm about to say. There's not anything I could ever do to keep someone in that circumstance from bringing the county into it. All I can do is ensure the best I can to see that they've got insurance that covers us as the lost payee, and that we have an indemnification language that requires them to defend whatever action might be brought up. But you and I are, and management team will tell you that you are in the same boat on this. I'm not, and I don't have a thing to do with it, because other counties do this, but, my concern is exactly that. Is that, you want to be sure you've got things under control, and we can work that. But the initial question is, do you want to go this route and open up the possibilities for some of our facilities, which we hope to get more and more use into, which I'm in favor of too. But yeah, fair question.
Well, I just want to voice my opinion as Carolyn Johnson, one board member. And I don't think we need to repeal our ordinance. I think we need to let it to the
Ms. Johnson? I concur too. I'm not gonna go down that road with that. And I'm not against alcohol and all that, but I don't want to be doing that.
And society today, I don't see where we need to open up any more for beverages, because, you say beer and wine, but you can get us intoxicated off of those two things if you can't have
Yeah. Anyway. Commissioner Davis, you got anything you want to say?
I guess at this time, because I would recommend going along with our keep that in place.
Okay, all right. So, you got your direction?
I sure did. That's all I needed. One less thing to worry about.
Yep. And then, you also have to get into hiring security or police officers and all that stuff. And anyway, now on the lawsuits, that can be a mess. All right, Ms. Dunn, we're back on you about item C.
Yep, they get less stressful as you go on. So you should have received some communication from NCCC about your District 7 caucus, which will take place next Monday, August 14th at 9:30, and that is a virtual meeting. You got the information about RSVPing, and any of you can attend. What I need to be able to tell NCCC or any of you, Halifax County gets one vote, and what you will be voting on is to elect the next district director for the term for 2023 to 2025. Currently, Commissioner Brewer is the District 7 rep, and that of course includes Halifax, Northampton, Edgecombe, Nash, and Wilson counties. And also, just for your information, I attached a representational history And what it appears to be, and this is new for me, but what it appears to be is it's a rotation among the counties. And so with Halifax having the district director now, if you go by the rotation, it looks like it might be Wilson. Wilson County to have a district director. So all I need from you is, for those of you that plan to attend this virtual meeting, who would be the one to cast the vote on behalf of Halifax County?
It's about a 3-minute meeting.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be very long. It's not a long
All they do
meeting.
is make sure they got a quorum, and then Wilson will present their person.
Well, do we have a volunteer who
Well,
want
I
to do
will.
it?
I mean, I'm planning to go unless somebody else wants to.
I was planning on nominating you anyway.
We'll be back in 8 years.
Yeah, we got a little time.
Yeah, we got a while. Okay, Mr. Smith, you making a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for Vice Chair Brewer to serve as that delegate. Is there a second? Good gracious. This right side is waking up.
At least it's 3 minutes.
They know we're getting ready to go home in a little while. Second by Commissioner Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay.
Okay. And just informational, you don't have another meeting this month until your September meeting. Several of you are signed up to go to the NCCC annual conference. You know, all of your registrations are taken care of, hotel rooms. If you want to stop by finance and pick up your credit cards sometime between now and the time you go to the conference, you can check those out just to make sure. And I have copies of all of your registrations too if you hit any snags. Staff will be there on Thursday morning through Friday afternoon as well.
Okay.
And the last thing is, there was a question about some internet projects update. They are coming in October. Since you had so much going on at this meeting, we had already corresponded with several of them to give you updates at your October meeting. So that's forthcoming in about 2 months.
Okay.
And that's all for me, unless you had questions.
All right. Any
And we do
questions?
have some items for closed session, excuse me.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Attorney Riley?
I don't have anything for open session. I do in closed session, not attorney-client privilege, but I do want to talk to you about the potential acquisition of real property and get your instructions about how to move forward in negotiations and so forth on that. I will try not to take a lot of time, but we need to talk.
Okay.
This is related to another.
All right. Okay. Any other business? Okay.
Just one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's not for today. But the,
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Don't forget your train of thought.
the letter that came from Dr. Griffin. You had
Letter?
from the election.
From Board of Elections, that was in your weekly update? Okay.
I read that letter and I have some concerns, and so maybe at some other time
Okay.
we can discuss that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay, any other business? I do, Miss Jane Watson, are you still on Board of Elections, aren't
Yes,
you?
sir, I'm in starting my 11th year.
Okay. Appreciate you being here. She's on the Board of Elections, for some of you who don't know. Thank you. Appreciate all that you do as well.
Thank you.
All right, any other business? Okay, we closed session. All right, Attorney Riley, I know we're going to close session for the approval of the closed session minutes. What else?
To discuss the directive from the board concerning the acquisition, possible acquisition of real estate.
Okay, hold on for a second before everything else. Ms. Denton, introduce that young lady back there.
I'm happy to introduce Ms. Dara Priest. She is our new community paramedic. She works under Emergency Services, the EMS division. She's a paramedic, and she is primarily assigned to deal with medication-assisted treatment for those individuals that are addicted to opioids. It's part of our opioid response project, and we also have a separate medication-assisted treatment grant that she's working under as well. So we're happy to have her, and when I saw her walk in, I was so happy to see her today. She has great ideas, and she's hit the ground running.
Thank you for being here today. Appreciate
Glad
it.
to be here. Thank
Okay.
y'all.
All right, what are we going to close session about?
Legal matter, economic development, and to approve minutes.
Okay, and Ms. Scott, I guess she covered you when she said that.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay.
Technically, Madam Clerk, it's not a legal matter.
Excuse me.
We'll fix it.
at that.
Acquisition of real property, okay. The computer got it right.
Oh, sure, for sure.
So you got that one. Okay. With that being said, can I get a motion to go in closed session? All right, motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Ms. Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Let's be at ease for 5 minutes. You know, as we get closer to getting out of here, y'all see I go from commissioner to Mr. and Mrs.
And there's a sandwich tray in the break room. Yep, I'm going, mine too. Me too.
Let's be back in 5 minutes, please.